Chapter 3490. Xin Ryue struggled at death's door. After all, she was the disciple of a true monarch, and her battle prowess was not to be underestimated. Ling Han snorted and activated the 3 styles of the war god. In an instant, he seemed to have become the center of the universe, and endless energy surged toward him. Unfortunately, this energy could not be used for his own purposes. It was as if heaven and earth had lent it to him, and he had to return it immediately. Ling Han felt the bones in his body cracking. He was carrying too much energy, and he was like a barrel of gunpowder that could explode at any time. "I can't take it anymore." He roared and charged toward Xin Ryue, using the 3 styles of the war god as well. With this move, it was as if heaven and earth had lost their color. Princess Baishao was also shocked. An extreme bone realm cultivator could use such a terrifying killing move. Without any external help, he relied on his own strength to explode. Oh my god! Even she was shocked, let alone Xin Ryue. She could not receive it, or she would die. She hurriedly dodged, but Ling Han immediately followed up with the 2nd style of the war god. His spirit was firmly locked onto her, and it was as if heaven and earth were also her enemy. The air, which had no sense of touch, became as hard as iron. Xin Ryue's body became extremely slow, so how could she dodge? She could only raise her spear and counterattack. Ling Han's fist arrived. Peng, a terrifying force exploded, and Xin Ryue's spear and whip flew out of her hands. The web between her thumb and index finger was torn, and blood splattered everywhere. She was also sent flying, and blood spurted out from her throat as she turned into a rainbow. Endless energy surged in his body, and Ling Han could not stop it at all. He could only use the 3rd style of the war god. Boom! This attack was even more ferocious, as if it had merged the power of the previous 2 styles together. It could topple mountains and overturn seas. At this moment, Ling Han seemed to be possessed by the war god. He took a step forward, and heaven and earth gave him a boost, allowing him to burst out at 7 times the speed of sound. All the bones in his body were almost shattered. Luckily, he had reached 7 bones, or else he would not have been able to withstand it. He caught up with Xin Ryue in a single step, and attacked with the 3rd style of the war god. Pooh! Xin Ryue pushed out her palm with difficulty, but she could not withstand it at all, and was directly blown to pieces. An awakening realm cultivator was actually blown to pieces by an extreme bone realm cultivator. Princess Baishao was shocked when she saw this. Just now, she had felt as if Ling Han had become one with the heavens and earth. Thus, he was able to borrow strength from the heavens and earth and unleash a strength that far surpassed the extreme bone realm. Is this the dragon fledgling inheritance he received? It was simply too shocking. Ling Han heaved a sigh of relief. Activating the 3 styles of the war god almost cost him his life. The burden was simply too great. No wonder he could only use it once. He smiled at Princess Baishao and said, "My dear Baishao, you are finally of the same mind as me." "Bastard, don't spout nonsense." Princess Baishao immediately slapped him. As soon as Ling Han said that, he began to retreat. He was still not a match for the mystic-seeking realm. Good, good, good. Her Royal Highness is upright and plain-spoken. You can't tolerate any sand in your eyes. I admire you from the bottom of my heart. Ling Han spouted nonsense as he ran away with the 7 children. Fortunately, Princess Baishao did not chase after him. After running for a while, the demon princess's shadow could no longer be seen. Ling Han brought the children back to the imperial capital. Unfortunately, he did not have a flying artifact and could only rely on his 2 legs to run back. His speed was not slow, but he could not rest. As he walked, Ling Han recalled all the information he knew about the prisoner's prison. The people from the Ma clan only knew that the prison had existed for more than 2,000 years, but they did not know who built the prison. In this prison, there were countless experts of the immortal path. Actually, these people were the ones who were originally suppressed here. It was just that as time passed, even more people were created. 2,000 years was a long time, enough to produce many generations of people. In the prison, there were a total of 5 levels of experts of the immortal path. The lowest level was the foundation establishment. Above the foundation establishment was the casting cauldron, above the casting cauldron was the life elixir, above the life elixir was the spirit infant, and above the spirit infant was the spirit transformation. For example, Xin Ryue's master, the primordial true lord, was an expert of the spirit transformation realm. He had earth-shattering power and could flatten mountains and seas with a single thought. Ling Han couldn't help but wonder what kind of person had built this cage. To be able to suppress a powerful warrior of spirit transformation tier, just how powerful was that person? Moreover, why didn't he just kill him? From the timeline, 2,000 years ago happened to be the destruction of the previous generation of civilization. Was there any relationship between these two? Could the people in the prison be the survivors of the previous generation of civilization? Unfortunately, the level of the people from the Ma clan was too low, and their knowledge was limited. In fact, the Foundation Establishment Realm experts who were imprisoned were already dead. Even the Caste Tripod Realm experts were basically all dead. Therefore, only those who were at least at the Life Core realm would know the truth of the past. The recovery of heaven and earth, the breaking of the prison, what was the relationship between these two? In the trial grounds of the young dragons, there were ancient corpses wandering around and being suppressed by the stone statues. What was the relationship between these two? Ling Han thought for a long time and shook his head. Unless he could capture a Life Core realm expert to interrogate, how far was he from the Life Core realm? Very, very far. Forget it. One day, the truth would come to light. Ling Han rushed back to the imperial capital and began to search for the treasure fruit of life. His current cultivation speed was like a cheat, and the only limitation was the treasure fruit of life. Without the treasure fruit of life, he could still use elixirs or elixirs that could replenish the source of life. However, as more and more experts appeared in the prison, the original forbidden area of the mountain was occupied. If he wanted to sneak in or break in directly, the chances of obtaining the treasure fruit of life was infinitely close to zero. Even Sixth Baby's invisibility technique was useless in front of experts of the immortal path. These experts indeed had no use for the treasure fruit of life below the immortal path, but did they not have any clansmen, descendants, disciples, or subordinates? Ling Han could only search in the imperial capital. It was said that the royal family also had a huge herb garden. He wondered if he could find a way to ask for a few fruits. But now, the imperial capital was in a storm. Another expert of the immortal path had entered the imperial capital, and he was not at the Foundation Establishment realm, but at the Caste Tripod realm. Such an expert had no scruples. Once he entered the imperial capital, he announced that he would replace the Chen family. Now, it was up to those who were sensible enough to take the initiative to join him. Once he made his move, they could only be conquered. Chen Fengyan, however, did not move. It seemed that as long as the formation spirit said, as long as the expert of the immortal path did not make a move, he could come and go as he pleased in the imperial capital. He, Chen Fengyan, had the breadth of mind to accommodate the world. Indeed, that expert did not make a move, and there was no need for him to. Once the aura of the Caste Tripod realm gushed out, even those from the mystic-seeking realm could only kneel on the ground. This expert's surname was Fei, and his name was Fei Yongxi. He brought 3 disciples with him. The eldest disciple was said to be an expert of the mystic-seeking realm, while the second and third disciples were at the enlightenment realm. Apart from these 3 disciples, there were more than a dozen Foundation Establishment realm experts who followed Fei Yongxi into the imperial capital. In an instant, the four marshals, Senior Tutor Hong, and the Grand Chancellor had all become a thing of the past. Now, they had entered the great era of experts of the immortal path. With so many experts gathered in the imperial capital, everyone could feel that a storm was coming. Chapter 3491. As Ling Han thought about it, he felt that it would be a great loss if he just stayed here. He was the champion of the fledgling dragon trials, and it was impossible to hide it. At the trial grounds, many forces tried to snatch his opportunities. Now, a cast tripod realm martial artist brought more than a dozen Foundation Establishment realm martial artists into the imperial capital. It was obvious that they wanted to fight with Chen Fengyan. Under such circumstances, he would obviously become a target. Be it the secret of the murals or the three styles of the war god, they were enough to make people go crazy. Even if the martial artists above the immortal path realm didn't make a move, Ling Han still couldn't fight against the secret-seeking realm martial artists. Was he going to sit here and let them provoke him? Woo! A small fat pig quietly crawled in. It stuck its head out and looked around, as if it was a thief. Ling Han rushed over and picked up the fat pig. "Stupid pig, I was wondering if you found your conscience and finally stopped swindling food from me. I didn't expect you to come back." The fat pig widened its eyes and looked shocked. Ling Han nodded. "That's right, I'm back. Did you do anything bad after so many days?" The fat pig grinned, and an orb fell out of its mouth. Instantly, it was so anxious that its limbs flailed wildly, and it struggled to jump down from Ling Han's hand. Ling Han took a look. It was a dark green pearl. Even though it was stained with saliva, it still emitted a soft luster. This pearl was definitely priceless. Ling Han snorted. "Good, so you really went to be a thief." The fat pig smiled guiltily at him. It looked like there was room for discussion and that Jiang Yi shouldn't go and tell on him. Ling Han thought for a moment. "For a greedy and lecherous pig like you, it must not be the first time you committed a crime. Did you think my place was a thief's nest?" This lecherous pig blinked its eyes and seemed to be thinking of how to lie. Forget it, forget it. I can't be bothered with you." Ling Han shook his head. This was only a treasure in the eyes of ordinary people. It was not a cultivation resource. Therefore, the probability of a perverted pig meeting a martial artist was not high. Moreover, the fat pig was a little like the combination of third baby and seventh baby. It was difficult to injure it, but its combat power was too weak. Ordinary people could easily catch it, and it could be placed on a steamer to be roasted suckling pig in minutes. Perverted pig felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and revealed a flattering smile towards Ling Han. Ling Han dropped the perverted pig and had an idea. Could he take the initiative to attack and rob the descendants of the experts of the immortal path? Now that these forces had occupied the famous mountains and secret realms, they definitely had a lot of treasure fruits of life in their hands. If he could rob a few more of them, wouldn't he be able to satisfy his current urgent need? One had to know that he was not far from the peak of the 7 bones. "Alright, let's do that. I can't always let you guys bully me, right?" "Dad, why are you smiling like that?" Second baby had sharp eyes. "Oh, so wretched. Dad must be thinking of scamming people." "Father, are we going to kill people or set them on fire?" The eyes of the milk babies all lit up, and they looked excited. Could they not be so violent and think of killing and setting fires so easily? Ling Han sighed. His education was too much of a failure. He was the father of a few children. Why did he teach these 7 children to be such failures? He concluded that these 7 children had been born with intelligence at a young age, and their outlook on life had already taken shape. Moreover, they were either fighting or on the way to fighting with him. how could they not be violent? Forget it, the milk babies only needed to remember one thing: fight and kill, and keep an eye on the bad guys. We won't kill, we won't set fires. We'll rob, Ling Han said. Okay, okay. The 7 milk babies all clapped their hands. Although they had only been back for 2 days, they were already bored to death. Dad, when are we going? Eldest baby rubbed his fists. She was a violent maniac, and her hunger and thirst were unbearable. There's no rush. We have to figure out the situation first, Ling Han said. Although there were more than 10 cultivators of the celestial path who had come, they had always been imprisoned. What entertainment could there be in a prison? It was definitely either cultivation or killing. Therefore, in the colorful world of the imperial capital, perhaps the cultivators of the celestial path could still resist, but what about their descendants? Ling Han contacted Xianyuan Dinghua and asked him to help keep an eye on places like the brothels and casinos. He believed that he would definitely find something. In less than 2 days, Xianyuan Dinghua gave him detailed information. A certain someone was always reluctant to leave the brothels, a certain someone was addicted to gambling, and a certain someone liked to seduce married women. They really had different tastes. Ling Han counted. Most people still like to go to the brothels. Men. At night, Ling Han set out. He came to the most luxurious brothel in the imperial capital, Aqua Charm. He stood on a tall building with more than 40 floors. Standing on the top floor, he could clearly see every street nearby. With Ling Han's eye sorcery, he could clearly see even an ant on the ground. Come, let's play cards, eldest baby said. There were 4 people at a table, but none of the babies wanted to be in the same group as 6th baby and 7th baby. 6th baby was always invisible, and who knew when she would come over to peek at your cards. As for 7th baby, he would fall asleep as he played. How could he stand it? Therefore, eldest baby, 2nd baby, 4th baby, and 5th baby were in a group, while Ling Han and the proud 3rd baby were thrown into the same group as 6th baby and 7th baby. The game began. As expected, 6th baby won wildly. He basically did not lose, unless his cards were really bad. After playing until 3:00 in the morning, Ling Han finally discovered that his target had appeared. This time, the person he had his eyes on was the legitimate son of a cultivator of the celestial path, named Pan Taiha. Xianyuan Dinghua had already investigated clearly. This person's cultivation was at the initial stage of the enlightening realm. Ling Han quietly climbed down from upstairs, and behind him were the 7 high-spirited babies. All of them were tiptoeing, eager to fight for Ling Han. Pan Taiha was a little drunk, and his footsteps were unsteady. He was very relaxed. Now, in this imperial capital, who would dare to attack him? They were not afraid of death. Moreover, no matter how drunk he was still an enlightening realm cultivator. Apart from a few princes and Hong Tianbu, who else could hurt him? He hummed a little tune as he recalled the sexual intercourse just now. He could not help but sigh. What kind of life had he led in the prison? If it were not for the few cultivators who had broken the array and allowed them to escape, he believed that in less than a few hundred years, he would have turned into a pile of bones in that godforsaken place. He was really born at the right time, and he had caught a good day. He would come back tomorrow and play with a few new fairies. Ling Han made a judgment based on the terrain, took a detour, and rushed in front of Pan Taiha. In a short while, Pan Taiha arrived. When he passed by, Ling Han quietly hid himself in the alley, waved the warhammer in his hand, and smashed it at the back of Pan Taiha's head. Chapter 3493. He defeated you in 3 moves. Wang Yu could not help but be surprised. He frowned slightly. Could this be a secret realm? Boss, the number of secret realms or secret realms in Xianbei country can be counted on one hand, a young man said. He was called Pei Yunshu, and he had always considered himself a wise general. Therefore, according to this investigation, there should only be a few people. Correct. Zheng Ruishuan nodded. In a primitive land like Xianbei country where martial art originated, there should not be more than 10 secret realms. It should be easy to find them. I think it's most likely to be Hong Tianbu, Pan Taihe suddenly said. Pei Yunshu nodded. Although Hong Tianbu is only at the opening realm, he is a 2-star genius with the power of a secret realm. There's actually a 2-star genius in such a backward place? Zheng Ruishuan was shocked. Correct. Pei Yunshu's expression was solemn. According to the information I've gathered, Hong Tianbu can fight a realm above him. He has reached the standard of a 2-star genius. I even suspect that he has mastered some method to reach the level of a 3-star genius. Another young man interrupted. His name was Xiangteng, and he was also a secret realm cultivator. Although we often praise others as geniuses, to be crowned with a star is no joke. The number is as few as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. Wang Yu nodded. To be unrivaled in the same realm, one can be called a 1-star genius. To be able to fight a realm above him is a 2-star genius. To be undefeated across a realm is a 3-star genius. To be unrivaled across a realm is a 4-star genius. Even from where we came from, 1-star geniuses are pitifully few. The number of 2-star geniuses can be counted on one hand. Yunshu, you're saying that Hong Tianbu is a 2-star genius, or even a 3-star genius? Pei Yunshu nodded slowly. Although I don't want to admit it, from the information I've gathered, there's no doubt about it. He paused, then continued, I suspect that there's another 4-star genius here. Zheng Ruishuan was taken aback, then she laughed. Pei Yunshu, you're exaggerating. Even in the vast universe, 4-star geniuses are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Only the true sons and saintesses nurtured by the great sects can reach this level. Not only has a 3-star genius appeared in a wilderness, but there's even a 4-star genius. Isn't that a bit too laughable? Xiangteng laughed. Pei Yunshu did not get angry. He said, do you know that the person I'm talking about might be a 4-star genius? He has just obtained first place in the fledgling dragon trials, and he is only at the extreme bone stage. Ling Han, said Wang Yu immediately. Not bad. Humph, I was just about to look for him. Wang Yu revealed a proud expression. For some reason, I wasn't able to participate in the dragon fledgling trial. Since this kid has obtained the dragon fledgling inheritance, it saves me the trouble of making a trip. Boss, you can't be thinking of monopolizing the secret technique, right? Zheng Ruishuan immediately laughed. Wang Yu knocked on the table and said, since we're a family now, of course we'll share it. He had not wanted to say this, but seeing the nervous expressions on everyone's faces, he knew that if he did not take a step back, this loose alliance would immediately collapse. Only then was everyone satisfied, and they all revealed smiles. Let's not worry about the dragon fledgling inheritance for now. In any case, it's not going anywhere, said Pei Yunshu. Now that someone has launched a sneak attack on us, this is a blatant provocation. We absolutely cannot tolerate it. We must definitely find this person. Aside from Hong Tianbu, there's also the first prince. He has an innate divine body and is at the mystic-seeking realm. There's also the 7th prince. Although he keeps a low profile, according to my observations, his telekinesis is extremely powerful. He has already reached the mystic-seeking realm. Alright, let's start with these 3. We must find the real culprit. These spoiled brats were completely unrestrained, and they immediately went to look for Hong Tianbu, the first prince, and the 7th prince. This naturally caused a huge commotion in the capital. You guys are too arrogant. This is the capital, not your own home. You can do whatever you want. As the instigator of all this, Ling Han, on the other hand, was leisurely. He flipped through Bai Hongcai's spatial artifact. Aside from the 3 treasure fruits of life, there was also a purple gold mask. It could be considered a treasure, and it had astonishing defensive capabilities. Even sharp weapons could not injure it. And when activated, it could form a purple gold shield of light above the head, protecting the entire head. This was very good. It could not only conceal one's appearance, but it could also play a protective role. If Pan Taihe had this mask, he would not have been beaten up by Jiang Yi. That night, Ling Han continued to move. He did not care. As long as the experts of the immortal path did not appear, he could easily escape even if he encountered a mystic-seeking realm expert. He only targeted those who were below the mystic-seeking realm, and it was naturally successful. After 5 consecutive days, he had robbed a total of 12 people. In the following days, he became more and more proficient, and he could rob a few people in one night. This made Wang Yu and the others seethe with anger. They had carefully investigated Hong Tianbu and the others, and even let Bai Hongcai fight with Hong Tianbu and the other 2. In the end, these 3 were eliminated as suspects. But if it was not these 3, then who could it be? In the imperial capital, who else had the combat power of a mystic-seeking realm expert? Wang Yu and the others researched and thought until their heads were about to explode, but they could not find a single suspect. More than 10 days later, Ling Han finally stopped. First, his target had learned to be obedient and stayed at home at night. Second, there were fewer and fewer people who had not been robbed, and most of them were existences in the mystic-seeking realm. Although Wang Yu and the others were looking for suspects with the combat power of a mystic-seeking realm expert, Ling Han himself knew that his combat power had not entered the mystic-seeking realm. If he went up against a mystic-seeking realm expert, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Looking at the treasure fruit of life in his hand, he already had close to 20 of them, and their levels were not low. They were either opening realm or mystic-seeking realm experts, which was enough for him to break through to the inscription mark realm. Therefore, Ling Han temporarily stopped his actions and stayed at home with peace of mind. After so many days of robbing, he had also experienced many battles, which had a very good effect of sharpening himself. He let second baby examine himself carefully again to find out if there were any areas where his evolution was not perfect enough. After stabilizing his foundation, Ling Han planned to break through to the inscription mark realm. This was the foundation, and it did not involve any comprehension. Therefore, once the foundation was stable, he could break through without any worries. Bang! He heard a loud sound, and it was probably the door being kicked open. Strange, when he was robbing everywhere, no one came looking for trouble. Now that he was about to stop, someone came looking for trouble. Dad, someone came to fight. The Calabash brothers all ran over, not angry, but excited. They had not fought for a long time. This group of people who liked to fight. Ling Han shook his head and walked out. Just as he walked out of the hall, he saw 5 people had already broken through the door. Each of them had a face full of arrogance as they stood in the courtyard. He could not help but have a strange expression, because these 5 people were the victims that he had robbed before. Chapter 3494. Pan Taihe, Bai Hongcai, Tu Liang, Wu Jiashan, and He Shiyun, 4 men and 1 woman, all of them at the awakening realm. Every one of them had been robbed by Ling Han. Ling Han. Bai Hongcai glanced sideways at Ling Han in disdain. What? Ling Han smiled. If these 5 people knew that he was the one who robbed them, what kind of expression would they have? Their arrogance would be in the wrong place. Our boss wants to invite you over, Tu Liang continued. Ling Han chuckled, who's your boss? Big brother Wang Yu, Pan Taihe said proudly. A mystery-seeking realm master, Sir Fei's eldest disciple, Wu Jiashan added. Ling Han nodded. He understood that Wang Yu probably didn't have the energy to deal with him because of the mysterious robber, but now he finally thought of him. What was he after? Of course it was the whelp inheritance, it was obvious. He shook his head. I'm very busy, I don't have time to deal with your boss and second brother. If you have something to say, tell him to come over himself. Ling Han, are you going to refuse my kindness? Bai Hongkai said coldly. Ling Han laughed. You came to my house to make a fuss, yet you still dare to criticize me? Huh, I won't see you off, but don't forget to pay for repairing the door. He pointed at the door that had been kicked open. Ha ha ha. Bai Hongkai and the others laughed. Wasn't it funny that a puny extreme bone realm cultivator dared to ask for compensation? You've been praised as one of the capital's two prides, but you think too highly of yourself. He Shiyun shook her head, a look of disdain on her face. Boy, you were able to get first place in the Whelp Dragon trial because of the special circumstances there, which reduced the cultivation of a master, Tu Liang said coldly, but this is not the Whelp Dragon trial. Ling Han's expression became strange. Didn't any of you inquire about what happened here? Huh, he's just at the Paramount Bone Realm. What's there to ask about? Bai Hongkai was the first to attack. His figure shot forward, his speed extremely fast. Ling Han shook his head. With a thought, the Absolute Fairness Superlarge spell formation was activated. Naturally, he also set up the spell formation foundation again. It could be said that as long as the experts of the Immortal Path did not come, he was the invincible king here. What? Bai Hongkai immediately let out a cry of alarm. His cultivation base had actually been reduced to 5 bones. Ling Han smiled faintly, and shot out a punch. He did not need to use any terrifying strength, just a casual punch, but a casual punch of his was a disaster for an ordinary 5 bones. Bam! It was just a single punch, and Bai Hongkai was sent flying. Fortunately, Ling Han had only casually thrown a punch, and the power behind it was extremely limited. Otherwise, Bai Hongkai would have been reduced to a mist of blood. Even so, he was paralyzed on the ground and couldn't get up no matter what. Ling Han looked at the other 4 and smiled. What did you say? Damn, there was actually a spell formation here that could forcefully reduce one's cultivation. The 4 were all shocked. After the spell was activated, their cultivation was reduced to 5 bones. How could they be a match for a 4-star genius? Go, go. The 4 hurriedly lifted Bai Hongkai up and turned to run. You can go, but don't forget to leave the money for repairing the door, Ling Han said lightly. The 4 didn't dare say anything. They hurriedly threw down a bag of jade seeds and carried Bai Hongkai out. Once they left, they became arrogant. Ling Han, do you dare come out? They shouted. Ling Han naturally would not be fooled. If he went out, he would have no problem fighting those in the early and middle stages of enlightenment. If he used the 3 moves of the war god, it would not be difficult for him to defeat those in the late stages. But if he did that, he might expose his identity as a robber. He decided to keep a low profile. That was the only way he could silently make a fortune. Come in if you dare, the milk babies shouted in unison. Come out. Bai Hongkai and the others shouted too. Come in. Come out. The milk babies laughed. They were small anyway. No matter how much they made a fuss, people would only think that they were naughty. But it was different on the other side. For adults actually dared to challenge a few milk babies. Wasn't that embarrassing? So after a while, Pan Taiha and the others shut up and ran away with Bai Hongkai dejectedly. After explaining the situation, Wang Yu immediately called for a discussion. This Ling Han is actually a genius in spell formation. He set up a spell formation at home that can weaken the cultivation of experts. He frowned. Even the Enlightenment realm is affected. I guess the Mystery realm is no exception. Then what should we do? If he hides at home, we can only watch, Zheng Ruishuan said immediately. Chen Fengyan still hasn't appeared. His deterrence is getting weaker day by day. Soon, there will definitely be more experts coming here. Xiang Ting said, when that time comes, there will definitely be more people eyeing the inheritance. We may not be able to get it. So we must take this person down as soon as possible and force out the inheritance. Wang Yu nodded. Although his master now had the cultivation level of the caste tripod tier, and was the person with the highest cultivation level in the imperial capital, there were still many caste tripod tier cultivators outside. In fact, it would not be long before there would be life core tier, spiritual infant tier, and spirit transformation tier cultivators appearing. If they didn't take advantage of this time to obtain the inheritance, they would not be fated to have it in the future. Wang Yu thought for a while and said, I will ask Master to give me a treasure that can counteract the suppression of the spell formation. Then it's all up to Big Brother Wang, everyone said. Although Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators could not be affected by Ling Han's spell formation, they had to be there in person to resist the pressure of the spell formation. They couldn't rely on a treasure to help others achieve the same effect. Wang Yu nodded. He was the leader of this small team. At times like this, he had to come up with a solution. Otherwise, how could he gather people's hearts? Ling Han felt it was about time to break through to the engravement realm. Relatively speaking, this was less significant than the 7 bones. It was normal. How many engravement realm cultivators were there in the world? Now that Ling Han had enough treasure fruits of life, he had made all the necessary preparations. All that was left was this final step. He sat down cross-legged and triggered the eruption of his vitality. Hong, the power in his body instantly surged, and he began to break through the shackles. Pa, the first restriction was the first to shatter. Meanwhile, on Ling Han's heart, a shallow pattern appeared, emitting golden light. There was an indescribable grandeur about it. The inscription realm was to carve inscriptions on the organs, causing the organs to be protected and greatly increasing a martial artist's defense. For example, even if an extreme bone realm martial artist possessed the strength of an engravement realm martial artist, after receiving a heavy blow, his bones might not shatter, but his internal organs would be shattered by the immense force. The engravement realm was different. When receiving a heavy blow, the veined patterns on the organs would take effect and counteract the force of the blow. What's more, inscription patterns could be used to attack. These lines weren't something that he had comprehended himself. Instead, they formed naturally after he reached this level. Everyone's inscription pattern would be different, but it would be more or less the same, there wouldn't be too much of a difference. Unless. Chapter 3495. Some people are very lucky. When they form their inscription patterns, they are different from others and far surpass normal people. This type of inscription pattern is called a special inscription pattern. Normally, when 10,000 extreme bone realm martial artists break through, at most one person will obtain a special inscription pattern. Furthermore, there will only be one special inscription pattern. After that, there will be slight changes to the foundation of the first inscription pattern. Therefore, the first inscription pattern is extremely important. However, there is no way to choose the inscription pattern and it will form naturally. Some people speculate that this is related to the martial artist's talent. The higher the talent, the more likely it is to form a special inscription pattern. However, there are also exceptions. Some people obviously broke through from the 5 transformations and 5 bones, but they just happened to form a special inscription pattern. Ling Han is looking forward to whether the inscription pattern he forms will be special or not. Although it will only have a slight impact on his combat strength and won't be able to fundamentally change his combat strength, he still wants to obtain a special inscription pattern. Even if it can only increase his combat strength by a little, it will be good. At this stage, one needs to carve inscription patterns on the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Generally speaking, one will choose to carve the first inscription pattern on the heart. The heart contains the spirit, and is the organ of the monarch, the root of life. Its use is the greatest. If the heart is destroyed, the person will definitely be finished. Therefore, 99% of people will carve the first inscription pattern on the heart. Ling Han is no exception. His heart is beating powerfully. Every time it beats, a large amount of blood will spurt out, sending energy to every part of his body. Following the formation of inscription patterns, the heartbeat becomes even more majestic. What makes Ling Han depressed is that although one golden pattern after another densely covered his heart, in reality, they are all overlapping. No matter how many lines are added, the inscription pattern itself doesn't change. It's just a simple, one word. Fuck, if it's like this, not to mention a special inscription pattern, it can't even be considered a normal inscription pattern. God, why don't you add one more stroke and turn it into a two-word? No matter how you look at it, this is stupid to the extreme. But no matter what Ling Han was thinking, this inscription pattern didn't change at all. Rays of light were embedded into it, only making the word more profound. Hong, long, long. His level of existence was also undergoing a drastic change. One shackle after another was shattered, and it was as if thunder was rumbling within him. Meanwhile, Ling Han was also endlessly munching on the treasured fruit of life. After all, this was a breakthrough of a major tier, so the amount of life energy required was astonishing. Just as he had expected, even the breakthrough of a major realm was not as taxing as the breakthrough of the seventh bone. Ling Han only ate 7 treasured fruits of life, all of which were at the enlightening state, and his breakthrough was slowed down. Once it calmed down, it meant that it was not far from the end. Sure enough, after another half an hour, the inside of Ling Han's body became completely calm and tranquil. Ling Han looked inside himself, and his expression couldn't help but be extremely strange. His inscription was still an incomparably simple one. Other people's inscription patterns were all incomparably complicated and couldn't be seen clearly with just a glance. There were at least tens of thousands of patterns, but what about Ling Han? First, it was extremely simple. Sigh. Ling Han sighed. In truth, he had left at least 1 million veined patterns, but they all overlapped with each other. What could he do about it? He stood up. In any case, he was at the inscription realm. Now, he could truly sweep away the enlightening state. Putting aside this inscription pattern that made him depressed, Ling Han decided to test his current combat strength. Although he knew that it was definitely very strong, he had to know where his limits were, so he could be careful when he attacked. Daddy! The milk babies all rushed over, and Ling Han couldn't help but smile. He opened his arms and let the milk babies hang on to him. Daddy, your inscription pattern is so strange. Second baby said after staring at Ling Han for a while. The little girl could see his inscription pattern. Ling Han sighed and said, "How strange is it? Daddy, do you know how ordinary inscription patterns and special inscription patterns are differentiated?" Second baby asked. Ling Han shook his head. He didn't have a teacher to teach him what this was, and what was the point of that? He only knew how to do it. Eldest baby interrupted and said, "Actually, it's very simple. Just look at the structure of the inscription pattern. The more lines there are, the more powerful it is." Daddy's inscription pattern is one horizontal, second baby said. Ah! The children were stunned. This inscription pattern was too weak. It was simply too weak. This is returning to its original state. Third baby said with certainty. She had always been the most confident in Ling Han. Ling Han, on the other hand, was startled. The might of an inscription pattern depended on the number of patterns that were formed, then his one was a total of 1 million patterns. However, when all of them were piled together, it looked as if there was only one pattern. Then, was his inscription pattern strong or weak? Bang! A loud sound rang out. Ling Han didn't need to look to know that the door must have been broken again. This door that was full of disasters, who did it provoke? How many times had it been broken? Ling Han put down the milk babies and walked towards the main door, while the milk babies followed behind him. When he arrived at the courtyard, he saw more than 10 young men and women standing outside. Ling Han had seen most of them robbed once, so he was naturally familiar with them. Ling Han, do you think that you can sit back and relax just because there's a formation here that weakens the cultivation of the strong? Bai Hongkai said, his face full of disdain. As long as there was no suppression of the realm, suppressing someone in the extreme bone realm was a piece of cake for him. Ling Han smiled. Once the scar is healed, you'll forget the pain. You. Bai Hongkai's face instantly flushed red. Being defeated by Ling Han with one punch was a great humiliation. Even if it was because his realm was suppressed, outsiders would only say that he, an Enlightenment realm cultivator, was inferior to an extreme bone realm cultivator. I want revenge, Ling Han said with a smile. That's right. Bai Hongkai said proudly and strode through the door. So confident? Ling Han activated the formation, but Bai Hongkai's body was glowing with a silver light, like a protective shield, repelling the power of the formation. This is a spirit talisman personally made by Lord Fei. How can it be suppressed by your formation? Bai Hongkai sneered. Ling Han, how dare you? I'll let you know what's good for you today. He strode over, and boom, the aura of the Enlightenment realm surged, incomparably domineering. This time, not only was Wang Yu's group outside, but there were also many people from the capital. It seemed that they had received the news in advance. Obviously, it wasn't just Wang Yu's group. It was highly likely that they were supported by Fei Yongxi. Their objective was to attack Chen Fengyan and see how he would respond. Everyone in the capital knew that Ling Han was favored by the current Saint Emperor, even more than his own son. If Ling Han was humiliated and Chen Fengyan didn't react, it would prove that he was guilty and didn't dare to go against a caste tripod realm expert. But the appearance of Wang Yu and the other juniors gave Fei Yongxi a way out. Previously, the formation spirit had spoken on behalf of Chen Fengyan, asking the Immortal Path experts to abide by the rules. Thus, even if Chen Fengyan's strength was unbelievably strong, they had a reason to refuse. Seeing that Bai Hongkai wasn't afraid of the formation suppression, the people outside all revealed worried expressions. Chapter 3497. You want to counterattack? Bai Hongkai sneered. He naturally knew that Ling Han had at least 2 methods that he hadn't used yet. One was the blood qi boiling, and the other was the inscription patterns. He was saving his blood boil to deal with Ling Han, so the only thing he had to pay attention to was Ling Han's inscription patterns. It said that when someone stepped into the inscription realm, they received the favor of the heavens and were able to form a special inscription pattern that surpassed ordinary inscription patterns. This was the only way for Ling Han to turn the tables. However, this person had just broken through inscription, so he definitely wasn't familiar with the usage of inscription, so he only needed to pay attention to it. Let me tell you, in front of absolute power, all your efforts will be in vain, Bai Hongkai said proudly. He seemed to be bursting with confidence. The onlookers were also worried for Ling Han. This Bai Hongkai was too confident, and it infected them. Moreover, Bai Hongkai indeed had the upper hand just now. Of course, his words carried weight. Ling Han smiled, raised his fist, and activated the inscription patterns. Instantly, a 1 appeared on the tip of his fist. When Bai Hongkai saw this, he couldn't help but turn pale with fright and stop his attacks. Wang Yu, Pei Yunfei, Xiang Teng, they all clearly know that the power of an inscription pattern is determined by the number of runes. The more runes there are, the more powerful it is. An ordinary person's inscription pattern is roughly 10,000 runes, disorderly and without any pattern. Therefore, it's impossible to see it clearly with a glance. For people like them, their first inscription pattern was only around 10,000 lines. However, the second inscription pattern wasn't a gift from the heavens. They had studied their own master's inscription patterns and then evolved their own inscription patterns, thus increasing the number of lines in the second inscription pattern. Thus, the inscription patterns that were formed later on were more complicated, had more veined patterns, and were more powerful. Even so, even if it was the fifth inscription pattern, it would be very difficult to reach the limit of 100,000 patterns. However, if it was a special inscription pattern, the number of inscription patterns would be around 100,000, and the limit could reach 200,000 or even 300,000. Let's not talk about this first. What shocked them was Ling Han's inscription patterns. One fuck, it's just one line, it's really a one. PFFF. Ha ha ha. No one knew who laughed first, but it was followed by laughter. Ordinary people can form 10,000 inscription patterns, but Ling Han only has a single pattern. Isn't this a huge joke? This is a 4-star genius. I'm afraid that the heavens are jealous, so they purposely gave him this inscription pattern. I'm dying of laughter. I've never seen such an inscription pattern before. So weak. Can this be considered the weakest inscription pattern in history? It must be, it must be. Wang Yu and the others all laughed and shook their heads with extreme disdain. The onlookers did not know what was going on, but after hearing Tu Liang, Wuxia, and the others' kind explanation, they finally understood. Immediately, their expressions became strange. How could someone as strong as Ling Han form such a simple inscription pattern? It was just one, a mere one. Can you get any less? What are you laughing at? Dad is returning to his natural state. All the Daos in the world are chasing after the one that escaped. Don't you understand? The proud third child immediately rebuked. She had a kind of blind admiration for Ling Han. PFFF. Bai Hongkai mocked, "Little girl, are you blind?" Ling Han was originally smiling, but when he heard those words, he was furious. Daring to scold his daughter? Fuck. He leaped out and punched. One word glowed, dazzling. Ling Han, I have to admit that I overestimated you, Bai Hongkai said in disdain. Just this kind of inscription pattern, what's the difference if it's blessed or not? Watch me break you with one palm. He raised his palm to retaliate, seemingly on purpose. 5 inscription patterns lit up, and each pattern was clearly visible. Bang! The fist and palm collided. This wasn't just a collision of strength, but also a collision of high-level energy from both sides and the impact of inscription patterns. Bai Hongkai was originally full of confidence, but suddenly, his expression changed. An indescribable and terrifying power surged over. Pa, pa, pa. His inscription patterns were shattered one by one, completely unable to attack or protect him. This power went on a rampage, as if it didn't consume any energy at all. Pa, his entire fist exploded. His flesh and blood flew in all directions, and then his bones. Even though he had evolved 5 times and was harder than most fine iron, it was still not enough in the face of this power, and was easily broken apart. Bone fragments and flesh flew. Bai Hongkai screamed, staggered, and retreated. In reality, his strength didn't lose to Ling Han at all, and even surpassed it. However, it seemed like his strength was scattered, and the difference in quality was too great, so it was defeated in one blow. Instantly, the entire place was silent. This was a scene that no one had expected. Wang Yu and the others were both shocked and embarrassed. They had just mocked Ling Han's inscription pattern for being the weakest in history, but in the blink of an eye, this weakest inscription pattern exploded with endless power. What else did they have to say? Everyone stared blankly at Ling Han. On Ling Han's fist, the one inscription pattern shone brightly. It was obviously simple and ordinary, but it was like an emperor that could suppress the ages and destroy the heavens. Is this really the weakest inscription pattern? My ass, if this is the weakest, then what else is strong? What do you think? Third baby was incomparably arrogant. This was her dad, awesome, right? Even eldest baby, second baby, and the others were shocked. They didn't think that Ling Han's seemingly ordinary inscription pattern would be so terrifying. Is this really the Tao of simplicity, returning to simplicity? As expected of our imperial capital's prides, so awesome. After the crowd recovered from their shock, they all became excited. Who dares to look down on Ling Han's inscription patterns? Who said the more complicated the inscription pattern, the better? Wang Yu and the others wanted to refute. Countless facts had proven that the more complicated an inscription pattern was, the more powerful it was. But in front of Ling Han, such an argument was too weak. Of course, Ling Han wouldn't say that his inscription pattern looked simple, but the number of lines was not small at all. It was more than 1,000,000 lines, more than 10 times more than special inscription patterns. He only smiled faintly, looking very pretentious. This is the demeanor a genius should have. Don't be alarmed by honor. Not like that by Guy, jumping up and down like a clown. Everyone commented, giving Ling Han a very high evaluation. Bai Hong Kai couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted. He fainted because he was angry. Clap, clap, clap. Zheng Ruishuan walked out, as expected of a 4-star genius. You are indeed extraordinary. Let this lady have a taste of your skills. Ling Han really wanted to slap her. You're in the secret realm, what's there to learn from? She was obviously using her higher cultivation to bully others, but why did she make it sound like Ling Han was the one who provoked her and she was forced to fight? Sure, I'll fight you. A pleasant voice rang out. Chapter 3498. Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a woman in white flying over with peerless beauty. Demon Princess Ling Han was startled. He didn't expect Princess Bai Xiao to rush over. He had thought that some of the higher-ranked princes might take action. After all, this was the imperial capital and the Chen clan's territory. But now, the demon princess had run out. It's Princess Bai Xiao. How beautiful, as expected of the number one beauty. Why is Princess Bai Xiao fighting for Ling Han? Are you stupid? Don't you know they're a couple? They've already spent the night together. What? My dream goddess? There was a lot of discussion, and most people were hugging their heads. Princess Bai Xiao was the dream lover of every man in the imperial capital. Zheng Ruishuan was also startled, and then smiled. So it's Princess Bai Xiao. You're indeed worthy of the title of peerless beauty. However, Your Highness, you're a demon. It's not your turn to stand up for the human race, right? The demon princess smiled faintly. My Yu dynasty has long surrendered to Xianbei country, and the demon race is also a part of Xianbei country. But you guys disobeyed the imperial decree and ran amok in the imperial capital. How can Bai Xiao just watch? Well said. Good job, Princess Bai Xiao. That's right. You outsiders can do whatever you want in the imperial capital. Why can't we resist? It's everyone's responsibility to fight against foreign invaders. The surrounding people shouted one after another. All of them were extremely excited and hot-blooded. Princess Bai Xiao nodded to the crowd and said, Moreover, you're a woman. If word gets out that Xianbei country bullied a woman, it'll be a joke. I'm also a woman, and I'll fight you. She put it even better. It was obvious that Ling Han's cultivation was inferior and his battle prowess was inferior, but she made it sound like Ling Han didn't want to bully a woman. It immediately made Ling Han's image grow taller. Ling Han was surprised. He didn't expect this demon princess to be so eloquent. She could practically turn white into black, just like him. Zheng Ruishuan was speechless. She felt that Princess Bai Xiao had already explained everything. What else could she say? Then let's fight. Your Highness, please enlighten me. She unsheathed her sword. Princess Bai Xiao also took out her sword and formed a sword seal. Please. Xiao, the two women leaped and immediately engaged in a fierce battle. They were all beauties with moving figures and graceful postures. This didn't seem like a battle, but rather a dance, giving off an extremely high level of visual pleasure. After a few rounds of probing, their battle reached its climax. One after another, they unleashed their ultimate moves. Instantly, light flashed chaotically, and terrifying shockwaves of energy shot out in all directions. The people nearby hurriedly dodged to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As Wang Yu watched, his brows furrowed even tighter. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Zheng Ruishuan was now at a disadvantage, and her defeat was only a matter of time. This demon race princess was definitely a one-star genius. She had the aptitude to be invincible amongst her peers. He was also a one-star genius. Otherwise, he would not have been taken in as a disciple by Fei Yongxi. However, if he were to fight against Princess Bai Xiao, the outcome would be hard to predict. Thinking of this, he suddenly stood up and said, Ling Han, since you don't want to bully women, let me be your opponent. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. How shameless could he be? Was he really bullying a woman for Ling Han and Zheng Ruishuan? But that was indeed what Princess Bai Xiao had said earlier. Now, Wang Yu was using her instead. Although it was indeed shameless, it was also shameless to the point that no one could refute it. Hee, if you want to spar, I'll keep you company. Laughter rang out, and a tall figure appeared in the arena. The first prince. Everyone exclaimed. The significance of a prince participating in the battle was different. Wang Yu was stunned. He had only come to force Ling Han to hand over the dragon whelp's inheritance. Why was there a demon race princess first, and then a human prince? He was just about to speak, but he revealed an attentive expression. After a while, he slowly nodded. Then please give me some pointers, Your Highness. The eldest prince snorted, and with a leap, he launched an attack on Wang Yu. The two began to fight. After a brief test, they immediately engaged in a fierce battle, using their ultimate moves. Wang Yu was a one-star genius, while the first prince had an innate divine body. Even if it was a ninth-rate divine body, it was still a divine body. Naturally, it was incomparably powerful. They were both one-star geniuses, and had the potential to be invincible among their peers. Both of them were invincible among their peers. What should they do? Invincible was just a description, a compliment. Just like how a 6 bones could definitely crush a 5 bones, there were also differences in strength among the 6 bones. Both of them gave it their all. In a sense, this was a battle between Chen Fengyan and Fei Yongxi. Naturally, neither could afford to lose. They both stood at the peak of the secret-seeking realm, and they were both one-star geniuses. Their strength was extremely close, and there was no clear winner after hundreds of moves. On the other side, the demon race princess had defeated Zheng Ruishuan, winning another victory for Xianbei nation. Wang Yu was under a great deal of pressure. If he lost again, it would mean that they would be completely defeated today. How could they bear it? How could he face anyone? With a roar, his blood qi suddenly boiled, and he used a forbidden secret technique. His battle prowess immediately soared, but this could not be maintained for too long. It was equivalent to the time when his blood qi boiled. Once it was over, his battle prowess would fall sharply. He had no other choice. He had to win this battle. The first prince did not dare to be careless. The two of them were evenly matched, but now that Wang Yu had suddenly erupted, he could not hold back. He also let out a soft shout, and suddenly, green stars appeared around him, turning into a universe. Ling Han could not help but narrow his eyes. The first prince had the Azure Dipper astral body, which was considered an innate divine body. Now, he was finally showing his power. How powerful was an innate divine body? He had never seen it before, so he was naturally curious and interested. Innate divine body. Wang Yu snorted, a trace of fear on his face. The strength of an innate divine body was not just for show. It had been proven in battle after battle. The first imperial prince rushed over. The stars in the sky were resplendent, supporting him with endless power. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them clashed again. After Wang Yu's eruption, his battle prowess almost surpassed that of the mystery-seeking realm. However, the first prince was stronger. If there was a mortal realm above the mystery-seeking realm, then he would definitely be standing on that step. In other words, Wang Yu was now between a 1-star and 2-star genius, while the first prince had reached the height of a 2-star genius. Suddenly, the first prince had the upper hand, and his whole body shone with brilliant stars. In just a few minutes, Wang Yu was no match for him and was sent flying. At this point, the outsiders had been completely defeated. The first prince put away the stars in the sky and nodded at Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao, looking graceful but not lacking in nobility. Ha! With a chuckle, a middle-aged man walked out, but the corners of his eyes were full of wrinkles, as if he had experienced endless hardships. Hiss, this was a cultivator of the celestial path. Chapter 3499. When a cultivator of the celestial path arrived, no matter how talented or powerful you were, you could only bow your head in front of such a powerhouse. Chen Fengyan doesn't dare to show himself, but lets a few juniors act so arrogantly. How ridiculous! The cultivator sneered, then suddenly shouted, Chen Fengyan, do you dare show yourself and fight? His voice rumbled throughout the imperial capital. This was a blatant provocation. It meant that Fei Yongxi's group had lost their patience and wanted to force him to abdicate. Originally, they had thought they had the initiative and wanted to test Chen Fengyan's strength by attacking Ling Han. But they hadn't expected that Chen Fengyan didn't even need to show himself. Ling Han, Princess Bai Xiao, and the Crown Prince had all come out and neutralized this move. So Fei Yongxi could only use even more power. This cultivator was called Ding Gang. He had lived for hundreds of years and had already crossed the celestial gate 100 years ago. He had built the foundation of human Tao, but with his talent, it was impossible for him to build the foundation of heavenly Tao. He looked at Ling Han, Princess Bai Xiao, and the Crown Prince with disdain. Celestials and mortals were worlds apart. No matter how talented you were like ants in his eyes. But a certain ant's appearance was really alluring, and it made his heart itch. It couldn't be helped. In his hundreds of years of life, he had bitterly cultivated in order to survive. What entertainment could there be in a prison? Occasionally, a few beauties would appear, but they would all be snatched away by stronger existences. How could he have a share? Now that he had entered this world of sensual pleasures, his suppressed desires began to stir. He had only been worried about Chen Fengyan before, so he had been able to endure. But now that he had shed all pretense of cordiality, his desires naturally gushed out. He had taken a liking to this demon princess and planned to take her in as a disciple. He would have her serve him in the day and in bed at night. Why haven't you knelt in front of me? Ding Gang snorted. Instantly, an indescribable pressure enveloped them, causing Ling Han and the others to pale. This was the pressure of a cultivator of the celestial path. How could mortals resist it? The three felt an enormous pressure. Their bones crackled, as if they didn't kneel, their bones would shatter. They were all unwilling, but they gritted their teeth and held on. Disobeying the imperial edict is punishable by death. Xiao, light and shadow flashed, transforming into a human figure that punched towards Ding Gang. Azure Dragon Formation Spirit, you've finally appeared. Ding Gang laughed coldly. His hands danced, and with a boom, the energy of heaven and earth gathered around him. With a single attack, the entire imperial capital trembled. This was an expert of the immortal path. They were on a completely different level of existence from mortals. They could destroy a city with a single punch. Everyone was shivering. They didn't even need to face it directly. Just a trace of pressure was enough to make them tremble. Pang! A fist descended, and Ding Gang's face fell. Boundless terror appeared on his face, and he wanted to retreat, but how could he have the time? The fist slammed into him, and his whole body exploded, transforming into countless fragments of light. A dignified expert of the immortal path had actually exploded with a single punch. This everyone was shocked. Although everyone was full of confidence in Chen Fengyan, they were also full of expectations for the Azure Dragon formation that protected the imperial capital. But never would he have thought that Ding Gang would be blown up with just one punch from the formation spirit. Hiss, was this really an expert of the immortal path? He was too weak. Xiao, Fei Yongxi rushed out, his expression dark. He had originally wanted to use Ding Gang as a test, but Chen Fengyan didn't even show himself. Just the formation spirit had dealt with Ding Gang. Just one move. He had to show himself. If he didn't come out now to stabilize the morale of the army, then the alliance he had built up with great difficulty would fall apart. Moreover, if he didn't act now, it was equivalent to saying that he feared Chen Fengyan. So no matter what, he had to show himself. Fei Yongxi, the Saint Emperor is magnanimous. He has given you so many chances, but you don't know how to cherish them. Do you really think that just because the imperial might is vast, you can do whatever you want? The formation spirit said coldly. His Majesty is magnanimous, but he can't tolerate the slightest bit of sand. He definitely won't allow anyone to challenge the imperial might. I bestow death upon you. The formation spirit charged out, punching out with boundless tyranny. It was as if it had become the center of heaven and earth. Pang, pang, pang. The formation spirit's punches were tyrannical, and Fei Yongxi could only retreat. What? Seeing this scene, everyone was speechless. It turned out that the formation spirit was actually this powerful. If even the formation spirit was so powerful, then what about Chen Fengyan's strength? Fei Yongxi was overwhelmed with shock. He had been in the battle and was far more aware of the formation spirit's power than anyone else. At this moment, he recalled the rumor he had heard previously. Chen Fengyan had killed an expert of the immortal path a long time ago, and that expert had once said that Chen Fengyan should be at the life core realm, or even stronger. Of course, Fei Yongxi didn't believe such a rumor at all. Was this possible? Now that heaven and earth had just changed, the immortal path experts had just been born. How could there be someone at the cast tripod realm or even the life core realm? It must be because the people here had never seen an expert before, and the rumors were too exaggerated. He believed that Chen Fengyan's talent in martial art was very high, and it was very likely that he had already advanced into the cast tripod realm. However, he was already at the peak stage of the cast tripod realm a long time ago, so he was very confident. At this moment, his heart was filled with shock. Just the battle power of the formation spirit was already above his, so how powerful was Chen Fengyan himself? No, he couldn't wait for death here. After Fei Yongxi defended for a few rounds, he turned and ran, not daring to continue fighting. The formation spirit chased after him and launched a series of attacks, completely suppressing Fei Yongxi. Fei Yongxi roared and completely released the battle power of the immortal path expert. A three-eared cauldron appeared above his head, and he attacked the formation spirit. However, this kind of resistance was just a last-ditch struggle. The formation spirit was incomparably powerful. Its power originated from the entire Green Dragon Great Array, and it was endless. Therefore, it kept on attacking without stopping. How could such an opponent be blocked? In just a few minutes, Fei Yongxi was killed. A dignified expert of the caste tripod realm had his soul extinguished. This scene was something that no one had expected. In everyone's opinion, Chen Fengyan had to personally make a move to turn the tide. Who would have thought that a formation spirit would be able to finish off Fei Yongxi? What kind of height had their Saint Emperor reached? Long live the Saint Emperor! A few experts of the immortal path walked out and knelt down respectfully. They no longer had any doubts that Chen Fengyan was at least a life core realm expert, and he was definitely not someone they could fight against. Previously, it was indeed because Chen Fengyan was broad-minded and had the magnanimity to accept the world. Otherwise, how could they have had the chance to jump around? The formation spirit opened its mouth and said, "Seeing that you do not have any great evil, I will not deal with you for now. Ling Han, listen to the decree." There was still his own matter. Ling Han walked out and said, "I respectfully listen to the saint's decree. From today onwards, the External Affairs Department will be established. Its main mission is to communicate with the powers outside the imperial capital and have them pledge allegiance to our empire." The formation spirit said, "I hereby appoint Ling Han as the head of the External Affairs Department." End of this chapter. Chapter 3501. Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao were actively preparing. The Department of External Affairs had just been established and hadn't opened a single business yet. Moreover, this department had great power and a lot of profits. Who knew how many people were watching them? As long as they made the slightest mistake, there would definitely be many ministers who would complain to Chen Fengyan. The two discussed for a while and began to recruit a limited number of people. For example, Ling Han recruited Xianyuan Dinghua, Yin Xiujing, Lian Xuerong, and the others into the residence, while Princess Bai Xiao recruited Hu Taifeng, Xiong Bao, and other geniuses of the demon race into her subordinates, quickly enriching the strength of the External Affairs Department. Princess Bai Xiao originally wanted to contact Hong Tianbu, but Ling Han waved his hand and refused. The latter would never agree. With Hong Tianbu's arrogant personality, it would be impossible for him to submit to Ling Han. Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao discussed for a few days and decided to make a move. Now that everyone's eyes were on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, their first mission had to be successful. The first power they targeted was the Yonglin sect, located in the Bailang Mountain. The sect leader, Gu Ping, was a powerful cultivator of the immortal path, but from the information they had gathered, he should be at the foundational level. Of course, the first battle had to be fought beautifully. Ling Han first sent a letter to probe Gu Ping, and the latter replied that he was willing to submit to the Xianbei country, but there were some things that needed to be discussed and discussed. Ling Han knew that the other was worried about his status after submitting. He and Princess Bai Xiao set out, but they did not bring many followers. It was just the two of them, and they headed towards the Bailang Mountain. The Bailang Mountain was only about 3 days' journey from the capital, and Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao were fast. Therefore, it only took them 2 days to arrive. After the Great Change, the originally ordinary Bailang Mountain had also changed greatly. There was a peak that broke out of the ground, and it was 3,000 zhang tall. Looking from below, the middle of the mountain was shrouded in mist, but there was no snow on the peak, and it was still lush and green, which was very strange. Coincidentally, the sun had just risen, so Ling Han asked Princess Bai Xiao to wait while he started to train. Absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, Ling Han's cultivation base began to increase. Why is this the only time of the day suitable for cultivation? Ling Han believed that this was the intersection of the sun and the moon, which triggered some kind of change in the world. As for why it was not suitable to cultivate at sunset, he had no idea. Half an hour later, Ling Han stood up and nodded at Princess Bai Xiao, "Let's go." Princess Bai Xiao snorted. He actually dared to make her, a princess, wait for so long. This brat was truly despicable. When she thought about how Ling Han had touched her underwear and how he had been flirting with her in front of outsiders, she had the urge to kick him. "Who's there?" Before they could even start climbing the mountain, a shout came from the front. At the foot of the mountain, there were 8 young men standing guard. When they saw Ling Han and Li Xiandao walk over, they all stood up and shouted. Ling Han smiled and said, "On behalf of Ling Han, I've made an appointment with your sect master, and I've come to pay a visit today." "So it is Lord Ling." "Lord Ling, I have always been your admirer." "Me too. Can I have your autograph?" The 8 of them immediately became enthusiastic. They were originally from the Xianbei nation, and they only came to be disciples after Gu Ping established his sect. But, they had long heard of Ling Han's legend. Now that they had seen him in person, they were naturally excited. Ling Han smiled and greeted the 8 of them. Under their guidance, he and Princess Bai Xiao went up the mountain. Sect Master Ling. A middle-aged man came out to greet them. He looked ordinary, but it was as if he had become one with the heaven and earth. A powerful being of the immortal path. It must be Gu Ping. Ling Han cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master Gu, you are too polite. You are a senior, a powerful being. How could I trouble you?" "Ha ha ha." Gu Ping laughed. He had come out to greet 2 mortals personally. This was naturally something that would lower his status. But, Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao were representing Chen Fengyan, so he had to give them some face. After all, he had already decided to follow the Xianbei nation. A power that could destroy a forger with only the formation spirit was nothing in the universe. But, to him, it was a powerful being that he could not afford to mess with. But, Ling Han did not put on airs. He knew when to advance and when to retreat, which made him very happy. "You too, please." He reached out his hand and his eyes lingered on Princess Bai Xiao for a while. This woman was indeed beautiful. And what kind of trash did he come into contact with in the prison? But, he would not dare to do anything unless he wanted to die. The 3 of them sat down and started to discuss the details of Yang Lin's sect surrender. Surrendering was not something that could be done with just a word or a flag. Especially since Chen Fengyan was the only powerful being of the immortal path in the Xianbei nation, the others could not do anything about it. They had to come up with a plan. Of course, Gu Ping was the first to surrender because he wanted to get some benefits. For example, he might be given some official title. Gu Ping asked for the position of vice sect master right away, which was naturally rejected by Ling Han. Being the first to surrender, the Xianbei nation would definitely treat them well, but not to this extent. After discussing for a long time, the 2 sides finally came to an agreement after 2 days. Ling Han would let Gu Ping enter the Department of External Affairs, but it would only be an administrative position, just below the vice principal. After submitting, Yang Linzong would still be able to maintain a certain degree of independence. However, when the Black North nation needed it, Yang Linzong would have to listen to them, and he would have to pay taxes as well. This was a happy ending for everyone. Gu Ping passionately invited Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao to stay for a couple more days. But both of them wanted to complete a few more orders, so they decided to leave the next day. The night passed, and Gu Ping sent them off personally. "Sect Master Ling, Princess Bai Xiao, this is a small gift from me." Gu Ping waved his hand, and 2 people each came with a wooden box. "Don't be too polite with me, or I will get angry." Ling Han opened the box and took a look. Inside were 3 fruits that shone with a silvery light, and they were filled with a rich aura of life. Princess Bai Xiao opened her wooden box as well, and there was a green dress inside. This is made from the silk of the blue fire silkworm. Once you wear it, not only can it block heavy attacks, but it will also make you immune to fire. Gu Ping introduced. Everyone knew about the life fruit, so there was nothing more to say. Ling Han clenched his teeth. No matter how he looked at it, this gift from Princess Bai Xiao seemed to be more precious than his 3 fruits. Indeed, pretty girls were always popular. Princess Bai Xiao was also very happy, so she accepted the gift without hesitation. The two left the mountain and went back to the capital. Luckily this Gu Ping was smart enough not to force me to use this. Ling Han reached out his hand, and there was a small bowl in his palm. This was the War Colossus. After blood recognition, not only could it obey Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao's orders, but it could also shrink in size and be carried around. It was truly marvelous. End of chapter. Chapter 3502. Although Gu Ping's reply was sincere, Ling Han had lived for so many years, so how could he be so gullible? Therefore, he was prepared for both. If Gu Ping was sincere, then that would be the best. If not, then he had a backup plan. Of course, this ending is great. Princess Bai Xiao nodded. Can you lend me that dress of yours for a few days? Ling Han asked. What do you want? Princess Bai Xiao asked. Take it apart and make a coat. Piss off. The two returned to the capital and brought back Gu Ping's letter of surrender. The whole capital was shaken up. Although everyone knew that Chen Fengyan's current power was not something foundation-building realm warriors could fight against, there was a saying that went, the sky was high and the emperor was far away. Other than Chen Fengyan, there was no one else who could deal with a celestial path cultivator. He could just ignore them. However, the prerequisite was not to enter the capital. Everyone had seen the formation spirit's power. Therefore, when Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao took down Yang Linzong, it was a good start, but it still shocked everyone. More importantly, this start would definitely shake the hearts of many forces, and they might even take the initiative to join. Ling Han announced that 1 month from now, anyone who pledged allegiance to Xianbei country within this period would be able to obtain a position as an official in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. 1 month later, then there wouldn't be such generous conditions. When the news spread, all the forces were hesitant. They, experts of the immortal path, were unwilling from the bottom of their hearts to submit to a native empire. However, Chen Fengyan was still in seclusion. What if he suddenly came knocking on their door one day? This Saint King was most likely a life core realm warrior. Even in the prison, he could be called a powerhouse. More importantly, the powerhouses in the prison would not be able to come out for a while. No one could fight against Chen Fengyan. If that was the case, then it was better to surrender. If they submitted now, there would be preferential treatment. In a few days, Ling Han received a few surrender letters. Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao set off again to visit them one by one. Since the other party had surrendered, they had to go and take a look to appease their hearts. At the same time, they could also transmit the holy might of the Celestial Empire. Other than that, they still had to receive some benefits. For a month, Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao could be said to have been traveling non-stop. Even though they had extraordinary strength, they were still exhausted. Fortunately, their gains were also very shocking, and they were never tired of it. They wished they had 4 or 8 legs so that they could run a little faster. During this month, Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao didn't let Xianyuan Dinghua and the others act alone. This was because they wanted to show how much they valued the various forces that had pledged allegiance to them. Naturally, the 2 manor heads had to visit them personally. After 1 month, the preferential period set by Ling Han would be over, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs would also put on heirs. After that, the forces that surrendered would be taken over by their subordinates. In total, during this period, a total of 17 sects had submitted letters of surrender. However, Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao had only gone to 11 places. There were still 6 forces that hadn't gone. Because they were considered to have surrendered within a month, Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao would still take them in according to the same standards. The two of them continued to work hard, and spent close to 20 days to visit the remaining 6 sections. After running through these places, they felt more relaxed. However, there were only a dozen or so forces that took the initiative to submit letters of surrender. The rest were still observing. In their opinion, Xianbei country would eventually fall. No matter how powerful Chen Fengyan was, could he defeat the big shots in the prison? Spirit transformation experts could be called true monarchs. They were extraordinary existences in the universe. If they advanced one step further, they could establish a large sect and become a sect master level almighty. Moreover, these true monarchs would only be able to escape for 3 to 5 years, or even less. In such a short period of time, could Chen Fengyan soar to such a height? What a joke! So, why should they rely on an empire that was destined to fall? Even if they wanted to curry favor, they should at least curry favor with the true monarchs in the prison. Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao could finally relax. They decided to rest for a few days and focus their energy on cultivation. In these 2 months, Ling Han had already cultivated to the peak of the first level of inscription patterns and could attempt to break through to the second level. As for Princess Bai Xiao, her talent was astonishing. She planned to try to leap through the immortal door and step onto the path of immortality. The two of them handed over the affairs of the residents to Huer, Xianyuan Dinghua, and the others, and began to cultivate in seclusion. After stepping into the inscription realm, Ling Han's first inscription pattern was a heaven's gift, so he didn't need to do anything else. It was just that his life level had increased, and he could expand his meridians to accommodate more secret energy. He had been doing this all this time, and now that his meridians had reached their limit, he could no longer expand them. This was the limit of the first level. Break through to the second level. Ling Han consumed the treasure fruit of life and triggered a leap in his life level. The difficulty of the second level lay in the fact that he had to draw the inscription pattern himself. The first was a heaven's gift, and the second had to be drawn by himself. Only then could he make any changes. In theory, every person's inscription pattern would definitely become stronger as they progressed. This time, Ling Han chose the liver to draw the second inscription pattern. What he needed to do was very simple, which was to use his life force as ink and write stroke by stroke on the liver. His reference was naturally the first inscription pattern. Although it was only a simple one, because there were more than 1,000,000 lines, it possessed unimaginable power. This was both simple and complex, perfectly fusing the two together. Because of this, Ling Han decided to brand another one, but this time, he wanted to carve even more lines. There was a limit to how long he could take to advance his life level, so Ling Han had to complete it in such a short amount of time. Otherwise, when the process was over, the inscription pattern would be fixed, and he wouldn't be able to draw it again. One line, one line, one line. Ling Han continued to stack the veined patterns on top of each other. As he counted in his mind, he continued to push his life level to the next level. He continuously consumed the treasure fruit of life. Carving these lines required a large amount of life force. Without enough treasure fruit of life to support it, he would definitely be sucked dry. 10,000 lines, 20,000 lines, 100,000 lines, 200,000 lines. If an outsider could see through his internal organs, they would definitely think that Ling Han had made no progress, because the inscription pattern was still the same word, without any changes. Only Ling Han himself knew that up until now, the number of veined patterns he had added had already reached 570,000. Although it seemed like all the lines were superimposed, there was actually a slight difference between each line. That was the understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth. With Ling Han's current realm, he actually didn't have such a deep understanding, but he had been observing his inscription patterns for so many days. It didn't matter if he didn't know, he could just copy it. However, after passing the 1 million line, Ling Han's speed suddenly dropped. Chapter 3503. Previously, Ling Han could be so fast because he had only been imitating the first inscription pattern, so he didn't need to think about it. Naturally, his strokes were godly. But after he had completely imitated the first inscription pattern, he needed to construct a new stroke himself. This stroke wasn't just a simple stroke, but it had to be completely different from the previous million strokes. And this stroke represented his understanding of heaven and earth, and his comprehension of Tao. Ling Han's realm was so low, and he had started from the height of 1 million, so adding another stroke was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He racked his brains, but he couldn't think of a new stroke no matter how hard he tried. He did draw a few more strokes, but it was completely ineffective. It was the same as before, which was equivalent to a waste. What a headache! Ling Han's heart stirred. He had countless planes in his body, and each plane was an independent world. Could he use this as a reference? His execution ability was incomparably shocking. Naturally, he immediately started doing it. Another stroke. He used his life source as ink and added a new stroke. It was useful. Ling Han was overjoyed. Because in this world, he was still a rookie, and his understanding of Tao could be said to be incomparably shallow. But in his inner world, he was an invincible heavenly lord, and his comprehension of Tao surpassed everything. In fact, he himself was a world, and the rules were also decided by him. Again. New strokes were added one after another, all of which were his understanding of Tao. However, just as Ling Han was in high spirits, the improvement of his life level suddenly slowed down. There was no more time. He hurriedly gathered his remaining courage and grabbed the last bit of time to continue drawing. Just 3 minutes later, this breakthrough ended. He had carved a total of 1,030,000 lines, and all of them were different. What a pity! Ling Han said in his heart. If he could comprehend earlier that he could use his comprehension of the inner world as strokes, he could at least push the number of lines to 1,100,000. Next time, he would definitely have a huge improvement. He looked inside his body, and the two ones reflected each other brilliantly. Fortunately, it's not two, or else it would be too awkward. Ling Han complained. Dad, bring us out to play next time. The milk babies all ran over, complaining that Ling Han hadn't played with them for the past 2 months. Ling Han laughed and nodded, okay. He rested for a day, then ran to the External Affairs Department. Even without him and Princess Bai Zhao's presence, everything was going smoothly. Hu Er and the others had sent out letters of surrender to all the sects, but the responses were few and far between. Some were evasive, neither surrendering nor offending Xianbei nation, some were tactful, and most of them were like stones thrown into the sea, ignored by the other side. As the saying goes, diplomacy before force. Previously, everyone was laughing without anger, so they didn't hurt each other. But now, they couldn't do so. Ling Han decided to pay them a visit personally. Perhaps he could eliminate 1 or 2 forces, and let the other forces see that they weren't all talk. Coincidentally, Princess Bai Zhao came out of seclusion. She didn't set foot on the path of immortality. This was a step between immortality and mortality. The leap in life level was too big, so it was normal that she didn't succeed. After all, the current environment hadn't completely returned to normal. However, she shouldn't be far from success. Even if she didn't succeed, she still exuded an otherworldly aura, like a fairy. Hey, you seem to have become stronger. Ling Han said. Princess Bai Zhao said proudly, although I didn't succeed, I accidentally awakened some ancient bloodlines, and my life level still improved. I'll accumulate some more, and I'll definitely succeed next time. Ling Han gave a thumbs up, as expected of my little darling. Princess Bai Xiao kicked him. What did you say? Ling Han raised his hands and said, I'm just joking. Princess Bai Xiao's beautiful eyes moved, and she suddenly smiled like a flower. If you're willing to teach me that fist technique, I can consider taking you as my husband. After all, you're unmarried, and I'm not. With your martial art talent, you're barely worthy of me. Ling Han couldn't help but have a strange expression. Who said I'm not married? I'm full of children and grandchildren. He smiled and shook his head. I say, Your Royal Highness, have you gone mad? How could you say something like that? Hee, if you want to pursue me, show me your sincerity. Princess Bai Xiao ignored his teasing. Ling Han was surprised. Princess Bai Xiao's interest in the demon monkey fist was even greater than the 3 styles of the Aries god. Was it because she was also a monkey? Thinking that Princess Bai Xiao was a monkey, Ling Han had an inexplicable curiosity. If the princess stripped naked, would she also be covered in fur? Ahem, that's too improper. I don't want to. Ling Han resisted the urge to use his eye technique. Otherwise, Princess Bai Xiao's ordinary clothes wouldn't be able to block his gaze. This time, we're going to the Taihua sect. Ling Han took out the map and tapped his finger on a place. Princess Bai Xiao glanced at it and said, the Taihua sect master is an old fox. On one hand, he wrote back that he admires the prosperity of our dynasty, but on the other hand, he said that the journey is too long and there are too many forces in the way. Ling Han smiled and said, then we'll go there personally. Let's see how that old fox can refuse. Princess Bai Xiao nodded. Indeed, we should make an example to those who are watching and hesitating to know that our dynasty's prestige cannot be violated. Then, we'll set off tomorrow. All right. The two of them had just settled an important matter when they saw someone rushing in and saying, reporting to the 2 palace masters, the 3rd prince has arrived. Ling Han glanced at Princess Bai Xiao and smiled. Guess, is he here to woo you or to ask for a backdoor? Princess Bai Xiao glared at him with an unfriendly expression. Please. Ling Han nodded at the errand boy. The External Affairs Department was only responsible to Chen Fengyan. Although there was no clear official position, its status was extraordinary. Therefore, Ling Han did not need to lower his voice to the princes at all, and he could not do such a thing. If Chen Fengyan did not promote the External Affairs Department to such a high position, Ling Han would definitely not do this. Wasn't this just making trouble for himself? After a while, the errand boy led the 3rd prince into the hall. Your Highness, long time no see. You're even more beautiful than before. The 3rd prince tried to please Princess Bai Xiao the moment he arrived. Princess Bai Xiao faced it calmly. She was neither passionate nor cold. After the 3rd imperial prince spoke for a long while, he finally turned to look at Ling Han. He frowned, and said, Ling Han, you are really arrogant. I came here, and not only was I ignored for a very long time, I still have to come here to see you. Do you really think that the world belongs to the Ling family? TSK, he's already making things difficult. Ling Han was now favored by the emperor, and no one dared to offend him. However, the 3rd prince was different. Firstly, he was a descendant of the emperor, and secondly, there was a thorn in his side, Princess Bai Xiao. Therefore, it was impossible for him to be nice to Ling Han. End of chapter. Chapter 3505. The Taihua sect was located in the northwest of the capital, close to Mount Haiping where the ancient Path sect used to be. There was another reason why Ling Han chose the Taihua sect, and that was to see Monkey King. The two set off with the 7 Calabash brothers and, of course, the War Colossus. The Taihua sect clearly had no intention of surrendering, so they couldn't make a wasted trip. If they didn't surrender, then sorry, they could only wipe them out. This time, they were rich enough to borrow a spaceship. Finally, they didn't have to rely on their own 2 legs to travel. Of course, the spaceship wasn't as fast as they ran, but it could travel day and night without being restricted by the terrain. All in all, their speed wasn't much slower. 7 days later, they slowly landed on the spaceship. Ling Han set up a simple invisibility matrix. As long as they didn't walk into the matrix, they wouldn't be able to discover the spaceship. Then, he and Princess Bai Xiao continued forward with the children and arrived at the Taihua sect's mountain gate. Before the 2 could speak, a guard called out to them, "You're late. The disciple recruitment deadline was 3 days ago." Ling Han smiled. "We're not here to recruit disciples." "Then what are you here for?" The guard seemed confused. "We're from the Xianbei Nation's External Affairs Department. We have something to discuss with your headmaster," Princess Bai Xiao said. The guard was stunned. "What External Affairs Department? Go, go, go. Our headmaster doesn't have time to see you. You don't know what you're talking about. How dare you come to our Taihua sect?" Another guard walked over and reached out to push Princess Bai Xiao. Clearly, he had bad intentions. His hand was aimed at Princess Bai Xiao's chest. Princess Bai Xiao's expression turned cold, but before she could fly into a rage, a slap rang out. Ling Han had already made his move, and directly sent this extremely daring guy flying. Ling Han smiled faintly. "You even dare to take liberties in the mystery-seeking realm, I really admire your guts." The remaining guard was angry and shocked. He sent out a signal and said, "How dare you hurt people in the Taihua sect? Don't run." Ling Han crossed his arms. "Don't worry, we won't run. Damn, he's too calm." The guard thought to himself, what kind of mansion is this? How can these 2 people be so calm? In just a short while, they saw people coming down from the mountain, and it wasn't just 1, but more than 10. "What's going on?" asked a yellow-robed youth. A young man and a young woman had brought 6 children over. You guys really are good at giving birth." Replying to 7th senior brother, "These 2 people say they are from some external affairs department and want to see Lord Sect Master." The guard hurriedly saluted and explained the situation. "External Affairs Department? What department of External Affairs? Never heard of it." Everyone shook their heads, including the yellow-clothed youth. He was the one with the highest status here. As his eyes swept over the monster race princess, he clearly paused for a moment before saying, "Honorable Master not only has to deal with the affairs of the sect, but he also has to cultivate. The reason he is barely able to spare some time is to guide us disciples." He slowed down and said, "You can tell me why you're here. I'll find a chance to report to Master." Ling Han shook his head and smiled. "You're mistaken about one thing. We're not here to see Sect Master Gong Sunday. We're here on the orders of the Saint Emperor to enlist you." The people of the Taihua sect all showed expressions of anger. What a joke. Their sect master was a strong cultivator of the immortal path. An emperor of the secular world actually wanted to enlist him? How laughable. 7th senior brother immediately reprimanded. Chen Fengyan is only at the enlightenment realm, and he actually wants to enlist Honorable Master. This is the biggest joke in the world. He was also a member of Xianbei country, but he was born poor. It was not until the beginning of the world's upheaval that he was fortunate enough to join the Taihua sect, and his cultivation soared. Therefore, in his eyes, Gong Sun Liang was naturally like a god. How could Chen Fengyan compare? On the other hand, because of the world's upheaval, news was blocked. People like him, who only focused on cultivation, naturally could not know what changes had taken place in this great era. Take them down. The other disciples also shouted. Two people immediately rushed out, grabbing at Ling Han. "Sai, do you think I'm easy to bully?" Ling Han flicked his fingers, and bang, the two people were suddenly sent flying by a force. "Good job." The 7 children all applauded. "Oh, you actually have some strength." Seventh senior brother looked at Ling Han with a slightly dignified expression. Obviously, he had underestimated Ling Han's strength. He stepped out and said proudly, "However, in front of me, your strength is far from enough. Seventh senior brother is mighty. Seventh senior brother, kill him. How dare he come to our Taihua sect and act so presumptuously? How can we not teach him a lesson?" The others all shouted. Seventh senior brother showed a sneer and reached out to grab Ling Han. Boom, a strong power surged. He was actually very talented, but he was born poor, so his cultivation improved slowly. It was not until he joined the Taihua sect that his cultivation began to soar. Therefore, this also made him think that the rest of the people were mediocre and did not care about him at all. Even if he could be accepted as a disciple by Gong Sun Liang earlier, his cultivation could even surpass the eldest senior brother and second senior brother. Ling Han looked even younger than him. In his eyes, of course, he was far inferior to him, so his attack was extremely casual. Ling Han still flicked out a finger in an extremely casual manner. "How dare you look down on me?" Seventh senior brother snorted. Originally, he only used 30% of his strength, but now he suddenly increased it to 70%. Bang! Seventh senior brother immediately revealed a shocked expression, but it was already too late. His entire body had already been blasted flying, and he fell heavily onto the ground, directly losing consciousness. What? The others were shocked. That was their 7th senior brother and the first disciple accepted by Gong Sun Liang after the establishment of the sect. In terms of talent in martial art, he was even the first in the sect, but he could not even withstand a finger from Ling Han. Quick, a very terrifying opponent is coming. We need to ask second senior brother to come out. No, we need to ask eldest senior brother. Everyone said at once and hurriedly issued warnings of an enemy attack. Not long after, a large group of people ran down the mountain. The 7 milk babies were all in high spirits, and each of them began to roll up their sleeves. "Dad, don't stop us. Leave this fellow to us. Who dares to act so presumptuously in my Taihua sect?" A middle-aged man in black robes asked coldly. "Second senior apprentice brother, those two are boasting shamelessly. They said they wanted to recruit the sect master and even attacked," said the disciples. The black-robed man was the second senior brother of the Taihua sect, Tu Jianbai. He was not a citizen of the Black North Country, but was born in a cage. He had followed Gong Sun Liang at a very early age and was accepted as a disciple by him. Therefore, although he looked like he was in his 40s, his real age was already in his 60s. It was just that his lifespan was relatively long, so he did not look old. "So it's Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao." Tu Jianbai smiled. Not only did he not attack, but he also cupped his hands towards the two of them. End of this chapter. Chapter 3506. What did this mean? Was there a dagger hidden in a smile? Ling Han also smiled and said, "I didn't expect Brother Tu to know about us. Haha, the two of you are now popular people, the two heads of the External Affairs Department. How can I not know about you?" Tu Jianbai also smiled. As soon as this was said, the other disciples were surprised. These two people were really from the External Affairs Department, and from what second senior brother said, this department seemed to be very extraordinary. Princess Bai Xiao said, "We want to see Sect Master Gongsun, can Brother Tu introduce us?" "Of course it's not a problem, but Lord Sect Master is really busy and may not have time." Tu Jianbai pretended to be in a difficult position. Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao looked at each other, knowing that Tu Jianbai was just deliberately evading. No matter how busy he was, he would not even have time to meet people. Besides, they were not ordinary people, but representatives of the External Affairs Department and Chen Fengyan. It was just that Tu Jianbai greeted them with a smile. They were embarrassed to turn hostile, otherwise, it would spread that Xianbei country was arrogant, and if it was used by some forces, it might be very troublesome. Ling Han nodded and said, "Then we will stay here for a few days. I hope Sect Master Gongsun can see us as soon as possible." "Well said, well said." Tu Jianbai nodded and made an inviting gesture, "Please come with me." Watching Tu Jianbai lead Ling Han, Princess Bai Xiao, and the milk babies up the mountain, the disciples below were all indignant. Their own people were beaten, but in the end, the murderer got away with it. What is the background of these two people? What is the External Affairs Department? Second senior brother obviously knows, why didn't he tell us? Everyone was full of doubts. Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao were arranged to stay in a courtyard with an extremely beautiful environment. The place was very big, and not to mention that there were only 2 adults and 7 children. Even if a dozen more adults came, it would still be completely enough. What is the purpose of the other party delaying us like this? Princess Bai Xiao asked puzzledly. No matter how long they delay, this matter will eventually be resolved. Ling Han tapped the table lightly and said, "Gong Sun Liang doesn't want to fall out with His Majesty yet. He's not willing to surrender to our dynasty, so he's deliberately avoiding us." Princess Bai Xiao shook her head. "Just as I said before, this can't be dragged on forever." Ling Han stopped knocking on the table and smiled. In the current situation, he can only drag it out. Once he meets us, there are only 2 paths for him to take. One is to surrender, and the other is not to surrender, and then we will meet on the battlefield. Neither of these are the results he wants. Does he have a third choice? Princess Bai Xiao asked. Ling Han thought for a moment and said, "Don't forget that there is a huge cage below us. Every once in a while, there will be experts coming out. So, maybe Gong Sun Liang is waiting for someone. Someone who can fight against His Majesty?" Princess Bai Xiao asked. "I don't know whether he can resist His Imperial Majesty or not, but Gong Sun Liang obviously thinks he can, so he wants to delay until this person appears. In that case, he can ignore us," Ling Han said, paused, and then continued, "In fact, he can even." He made a gesture of cutting his hand, and Princess Bai Xiao naturally understood. Now that this expert has not been born, he may be trapped for a day, or a year, so Gong Sun Liang doesn't dare to do anything to us now, but when that person is born. Princess Bai Xiao did not continue. The situation should be very clear now. Ling Han smiled and said, "Yes, our situation is very bad, it can even be said that we are walking into a trap." "You can still laugh?" Princess Bai Xiao said with dissatisfaction. "If crying can solve the problem, then why would I still cultivate?" Ling Han said. Princess Bai Xiao was speechless. Why was this guy so insensitive? However, when she thought that the 2 of them still had the War Colossus with them, her mood gradually calmed down. The War Colossus could sweep away all the Foundation establishment realm. At worst, they could just force their way out. We can't keep waiting here. If there is really a Life Core realm expert, then we won't be able to resist it. Ling Han thought for a moment, just 3 days. After 3 days, if that Gong Sun Liang is still hiding and refuses to come out, then we will take the initiative to see him. Okay. Princess Bai Xiao nodded. They were here to recruit, how could they run away without even seeing Gong Sun Liang's face? The night passed, and the sun rose. Ling Han cultivated as usual. After finishing his work, he opened the door and planned to walk around the mountain. Lord Ling. He did not expect to see 2 men standing outside the door, and immediately reached out to stop him. There are many secret places in the sect, and it is not convenient for outsiders to visit, so please stay here. I believe Lord Sect Master will summon you soon. Ling Han was surprised. Was he going to be put under house arrest? I will just walk around nearby. He smiled. Please don't make things difficult for us, Lord Ling, a tall man said. He also pointed to the front, where there was a crossbow carriage, that is a cloud explosion crossbow. It is not difficult to kill a secret realm expert. So, Lord Ling, it is better for you to go back. Ling Han looked at the crossbow carriage and said, Please tell Sect Master Gong's son that we will stay here for 3 days. After 3 days, if Sect Master Gong's son still can't find the time, then we will have to leave. He smiled and retreated, and closed the door. Bah, what are you, scared that you will lose your backbone? How dare you come to our Taihua sect and behave atrociously? You chose the wrong place. A voice from outside floated in. Ling Han did not fly into a rage. He went to a high vantage point and looked around. He saw that there were people standing guard all around the courtyard. Moreover, there was more than one exploding cloud crossbow. Instead, they were scattered all around the courtyard. No matter which direction Ling Han attacked from, he would be met with a head-on attack. They really were under house arrest here. Ling Han told the demon princess about the situation, and she immediately flew into a rage, wanting to immediately use the war colossus to attack. There is no hurry, we agreed on 3 days, Ling Han said, with a smirk on his face. What do you want to do? Princess Bai Xiao asked. Shoo, at most I will give you some benefits. Ling Han gestured for her to keep quiet. Princess Bai Xiao found it strange. You are under house arrest here, you can either kill your way out or stay obediently, but you can still do something else? Could it be? Sixth baby. She suddenly remembered that sixth baby had the ability to become invisible. Could it be that Ling Han wanted sixth baby to steal something? But there was a celestial realm expert here, how difficult would it be to steal something? Since she could not figure it out, she simply did not think about it. At night, Ling Han asked sixth baby to bring the spirit-nourishing gourd, and he himself hid inside, letting sixth baby take him away. Under the night sky, a small gourd quietly flew out, unnoticed by anyone. End of chapter. Chapter 3507. After arriving at a safe place, Ling Han and second baby came out together and used their eye sorcery to search for the Taihua sect's treasure vault. There. After a while, Ling Han and second baby said at the same time. Second baby had seen it with his own eyes, while Ling Han had used his eye sorcery and his understanding of arrays to discover a man-made place of the great influence of heaven and earth. They covered it up. Ling Han thought for a moment, then took out the purple gold mask and put it on. It was a large hall, the door closed, and there were 8 guards at the door. Ling Han didn't rush in immediately. He looked around and used his eye sorcery to see more things. This hall itself was under the protection of a spirit array, which served both as a warning and a defensive function. If one wanted to break into it by force, not to mention whether or not they could break through this layer of defense, the spirit array would immediately send out a warning, and Gong's son Liang would most likely arrive in person. Although Ling Han had come to see Gong's son Liang, it was not under such circumstances. In the face of this kind of array, even sixth baby couldn't do much. She could indeed go in, but how to bring things out was a problem. After observing for a while, Ling Han made up his mind. He could handle it. He stood up and swaggered to the door. Who is it? The 8 guards naturally saw Ling Han and thought he was from the sect, so they were not vigilant at all. They had been guards here for a long time, but nothing had happened. Naturally, they would be careless. But when they saw the mask on Ling Han's face, they immediately realized that something was wrong. They all pulled out their weapons and faced Ling Han angrily. Who are you? The guards shouted. Ling Han naturally would not answer. He dashed out, and pang, pang, pang. His fist struck repeatedly, and in an instant, all 8 guards were knocked down. These 8 people were only in the extreme bone realm. How could they be his match? Ling Han began to break the array. Before, he only had a general understanding, but now he was serious. Using his eye sorcery, all the details of the array appeared in front of him, without missing anything. It was simple. Ling Han threw out isolation arrays. 1, 2, 3. Each isolation array cut off a node of the power of heaven and earth. After Ling Han inserted 17 isolation arrays, the array completely lost its effect. He pushed the door, and with a squeak, the door immediately opened, revealing a magnificent treasure vault. Jade seeds filled the entire room. There were also shelves filled with all sorts of precious materials. Ling Han didn't care about the consequences. He had to collect it first. Although he didn't make any noise, it was better to settle it quickly. The treasures on the shelves were easy to deal with. They were all collected in a few moments. The problem was the jade seeds. There were simply too many of them. After being busy for a whole 3 hours, Ling Han finally emptied the treasure trove, and this was still the result of 7 milk babies helping together. Of course, as they busied themselves, 7th brother once again dove headfirst into the pile of jade seeds and fell asleep. Let's go. Ling Han brought the 7 milk babies back, and when he arrived at his own courtyard, he did the same thing and let 6th baby bring the bottle gourd into the courtyard without alerting anyone. Perfect. Early the next morning, not long after Ling Han finished cultivating, there was a loud bang. Obviously, the door was kicked open again. He walked out and saw that Princess Bai Xiao was 1 step ahead of him. 5 people entered the door, and Tu Jianbai was also among them. Let me introduce them. Tu Jianbai said, "This is our first senior brother, Shen Tian. This is my 3rd junior brother, Bao Zhixue, 4th junior brother, Lian Xinrui, and 5th junior brother, An Yutang." Ling Han nodded and smiled. "Why are you here so early? Is sect leader Gongsun free to meet us?" Shen Tian stepped forward and said, "Did you two sleep well last night?" "Brother Shen, why are you so concerned about our sleep?" Ling Han smiled. Shen Tian nodded and said, "Yesterday, there was a robbery in the sect, and the treasure vault was ransacked by some daring thief. So, if the two of you didn't sleep well, I would like to ask, did you hear something?" Princess Bai Xiao was instantly stunned, and she immediately thought of Ling Han. Combined with what Ling Han had said yesterday, she could conclude that it must be Ling Han who did it. He had this ability. 6th baby could turn invisible, and he himself was an array formation master. He was the best at opening treasure vaults and whatnot. Of course, Princess Bai Xiao would not say anything. She was in the same boat as Ling Han, and Ling Han had also said that he would share the benefits with her. She could not let the cat out of the bag. Ling Han, on the other hand, was astonished, and asked, "Who is this? Such audacity, actually daring to steal right under sect leader Gongsuan's nose." "That's right. If we find that thief, I will definitely make him regret coming to this world," Shen Tian said coldly, his gaze fixed on Ling Han. Ling Han laughed. "Brother Shen, why are you looking at me like that? Don't tell me you think I did it. Isn't it Brother Ling?" Shen Tian also laughed. Ling Han shook his head. "Brother Shen, you'd better not speak carelessly about things without evidence. Since Brother Ling is honest, why don't you let us search it?" Shen Tian said calmly. Ling Han shrugged indifferently and said, "This is the Heavenly Splendor sect's territory. You can search it if you want." "Brother Ling, we want to see your spatial Dharma artifact," said Shen Tian. "Brother Shen, you are making things difficult for us." Ling Han, of course, would not agree. This involves privacy, especially for Princess Bai Xiao. She might have some personal items in her spatial Dharma artifact, and it is not convenient to show them to outsiders. Princess Baishao immediately thought of her stolen spatial Dharma artifact, which even contained her undergarments. It would have been better if Ling Han had not mentioned this. The moment he mentioned it, she had the urge to kill someone. "Brother Ling, in order to clear your name, it is better to let us search it," said Shen Tian. His voice was not loud, but it was full of determination. Ling Han smiled. "If I say no, are you all going to make a move by force?" "So, Brother Ling, it is better not to make things so awkward," said Shen Tian. Ling Han knew that only 5 disciples had come, which meant that Gong Sunliang did not want to offend Xian Bei completely. Otherwise, there would be no need to say so much. "If it is just the 5 of you, it is not enough." He smiled. "Brother Ling, are you going to insist on doing things your own way?" Shen Tian's expression immediately darkened. Ling Han only smiled. "Do it." Shen Tian waved his hand, and 2 Jianbai and the other 3 instantly surrounded Ling Han and Princess Baishao. "2 mystic seeking, 3 enlightening," said Princess Baishao immediately. "The mystic seeking will be yours, and the enlightening will be mine." "How about it?" said Ling Han. "No problem." Princess Baishao was full of confidence. End of chapter. Reading on mobile phone. Chapter 3508. Fire arrows filled the sky. Gong Sunliang revealed a look of dread. These arrows were condensed from high-grade flames and had an extremely terrifying destructive power. They were considered to be extremely powerful in the Foundation establishment realm. Even a cast tripod realm martial artist would be severely injured if they weren't careful. He hugged the air with both hands, crazily drawing on the power of heaven and earth, and then blasting it into the sky. The fire arrows were annihilated one after another, but there were still a few that managed to escape. Gong Sunliang failed to dodge in time and was hit by an arrow on his left shoulder. "Ah!" He screamed miserably. High-level energy wreaked havoc in his body, destroying his life force and causing him unbearable pain. Although he was a Foundation establishment immortal, there were a lot of people like him in the prison. He was not a genius, so he did not have any sort of tenacious and unwavering quality. When he felt pain, he naturally screamed again and again. Golden Bull, on the other hand, showed no emotion and continued to attack Gong Sunliang, wanting to kill him in one go. Ling Han shook his head. The so-called experts of the immortal path were actually no different from mortals, except that they lived a little longer, were a little stronger, and were a little more capable. In other aspects, even immortals had 7 emotions and 6 desires, could feel pain, and were afraid of death. So what if he had crossed the immortal sect? This rebirth could only be said to be in terms of strength. Shen Tian and the rest were all shocked. Even though they were not at the Foundation establishment realm, they could see clearly that Gong Sunliang was going to lose, and it would not take long. They couldn't accept this. One has to understand that they came out from the prison and saw many experts. It was precisely because of this that they looked down on the people outside. Compared to the existences in the prison, they were indescribably weak. But their master, an expert of the immortal path realm, was actually going to be defeated, and might even be killed. How could they believe this? "Don't kill me." Gong Sunliang couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "I'm willing to submit, I'm willing to submit." Ling Han shook his head. It's too late to think of pledging allegiance now. If everyone were like him, holding up the banner of opposition, and then, at the moment of death, simply said, "Surrender," and escaped the calamity, wouldn't the world be in chaos? If the law is not strict, how can the world be governed? Previously, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had not shown its fangs, which inevitably gave people a feeling of gentleness. Therefore, Ling Han also wanted to take this opportunity to establish his power and let people know that on the other side of gentleness, there was iron blood and killing. There were more than a few spirit arrays on the golden bull's body. Gong Sun Liang turned around and wanted to escape, but just as his figure rose up, he suddenly fell from the sky, smashing a deep pit on the ground. Gravity array Gong Sun Liang barely managed to get up, but his body was trembling uncontrollably. The gravity array's effect on him was too great, making it very difficult for him to even stand. How am I supposed to fight like that? Obviously, this was a big move of the golden bull. It did not use it immediately, probably because it consumed too much of the Tao stone. Moo! The golden bull opened its mouth again, emitting a sound wave. It actually turned into a rune, simple and unadorned, blasting towards Gong Sun Liang. Gong Sun Liang was suppressed by the gravity and could not dodge at all, but psyche power was invisible and could not be bound by gravity. He immediately grabbed a large stone and used it to block in front of him. Peng! The large stone was immediately shattered by the rune, not having the slightest effect. He roared, and a square stone appeared in front of his chest, as if it could prop up heaven and earth. This was the foundation of his immortal path, and also the key to him becoming a powerhouse of the immortal path. It was extremely important, and under normal circumstances, he would definitely not use it, but now, in order to save his life, he could not care less. The rune hit the immortal path foundation, and pang, it was instantly shattered and annihilated, but a crack also appeared on the immortal path foundation. Gong Sun Liang showed a look of heartache. This was the immortal path foundation, and if it was broken, then he would fall from the foundation establishment stage and become immortal again. He had lived for hundreds of years, and once his cultivation level was reduced, his lifespan would probably soon dry up. But even if the immortal path foundation did not shatter and only had a crack, it was still a huge loss for him, and he would need to spend a lot of time and treasures to repair it. Otherwise, if the crack continued to expand, it would still damage his Tao foundation. The golden bull roared again and spat out another rune. Under the pressure of gravity, how could Gong Sun Liang dodge? He could only use the immortal path foundation again to block the power of the rune. Otherwise, he would only be blasted to death. Peng! The immortal path foundation once again blocked the power of the rune, but the crack expanded a bit. Gong Sun Liang was terrified. He was drinking poison to quench his thirst. Even if he could barely resist now, as long as the immortal path foundation was broken, his cultivation level would fall to the mystic-seeking realm. How could he resist the golden bull then? But there was no other way. Right now, if he did not use the immortal path foundation to block, he would die. Thus, even though he knew this, he could only brace himself to resist. Peng, peng, peng. After a dozen strikes, Gong Sun Liang's immortal path foundation was already covered in cracks, and it would only take an instant for it to shatter. Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao both sighed. As expected of the war colossus, it could sweep away all foundation establishment stage cultivators. Gong Sun Liang's fate was already decided, and now he was just struggling on his deathbed. Gong Sun, I'm here. Why haven't you come out yet? A loud roar rang out, and a loud voice shook the world. Gong Sun Liang immediately revealed a look of joy. This was the profound Heaven Ridge's Forging Cauldron powerhouse. As long as this person arrived, he would be saved. Lord Xian, save me, he shouted with all his might. In the distant sky, a figure was breaking through the air at an indescribably fast speed. What do we do? Princess Bai Xiao looked at Ling Han. To be called Lord by Gong Sun Liang, this person's realm was definitely higher than Gong Sun Liang's. Although the war colossus was powerful, it was probably not enough against a forging cauldron. Ling Han gritted his teeth. This Gong Sun Liang must be dealt with. He controlled the golden bull to continue attacking, wanting to kill Gong Sun Liang while this Lord Xian had not arrived yet. Stop! The figure in the sky was astonishingly fast, and he arrived in an instant. However, Gong Sun Liang was also at the end of his road. After receiving another rune, the Immortal Path Foundation finally collapsed. No! He let out an extremely sorrowful roar. It was over, he would become immortal from now on. Let's go. Ling Han picked up the 7 milk babies and stuffed them into the qi-nourishing gourd. Then, he summoned the golden bull back and leapt out. Although he had not been able to kill Gong Sun Liang, he had destroyed his Immortal Path Foundation. Being alive was no different from being a cripple, and he would not be able to do anything else. At this time, Princess Baishao no longer cared about the difference between men and women, and she leapt onto the bull's back and sat behind Ling Han. The golden bull turned its 4 legs and moved as if it was flying. Xiao, the person in the sky, landed on a long spear. When he approached the ground, he put away the long spear, and then looked at Gong Sun Liang, and his face suddenly darkened. Where are you going? He once again took out his long spear, flew into the sky, and chased after Ling Han and Princess Baishao. Chapter 3509. Princess Baishao was horrified. How could they escape with such an expert chasing them? The golden bull was indeed fast, but could it be faster than an immortal flying on a sword? The golden bull was indeed fast, but could it be faster than an immortal flying on a sword? Fortunately, there was a dense forest here, and the leaves completely blocked their line of sight, which was very advantageous for escaping. Since they couldn't see anyone, so what if it was a cauldron casting expert? However, it was too early for Princess Baishao to relax. Boom! A terrifying force fell from the sky, and with one blow, the entire forest sank. A terrifying hurricane surged, and even secret realm cultivators could be easily killed. Fortunately, the golden bull's body emitted light in time, forming a shield that protected Ling Han and Princess Baishao within it, withstanding such a terrifying impact and the hurricane that came afterward. After all, this was a war colossus that was invincible in the Foundation establishment realm. Even if it couldn't defeat a cauldron casting expert, it could still withstand such a large-scale attack. Although Ling Han and Princess Baishao had escaped, they were completely exposed to the Xiantian Ridge. The next time the Xiantian Ridge attacked, it would be a targeted attack. Could the golden bull still block it? 2 trifling ants dare to go against my words? You're just Chen Fengyin's dogs. Do you really think you're him? Said Xiantian Ling coldly. His palm descended, and it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. This was a cauldron casting expert who stood on the second step of the path to immortality. The gap between him and mortals was indescribably large. Even if Ling Han was 10,000 times more monstrous, facing this attack would only result in his death. The golden bull let out a moo and spat out a symbol toward the sky. Bang! This symbol was extremely powerful. Just one blow had caused cracks to appear on Gong Sun Liang's Immortal Tao Foundation Stone. Since the Immortal Tao Foundation Stone was called a Foundation Stone, how strong was it? However, the Xiantian Ridge's attack shattered the symbol, and the silver hand continued to fall, trying to suppress Ling Han, Princess Baishao, and the golden bull. The golden bull continued to spit out runes, spitting out 17 runes in one breath. Bang! 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 The collision continued until the mysterious Heaven Ridge's attack finally collapsed. The silver hand collapsed and turned back into origin energy. Ling Han and Princess Baishao looked at each other and frowned. A casual bombardment from a cauldron forging expert was enough to force the golden bull to use its finishing moves to resolve the attacks. The disparity was just too huge. Furthermore, the golden bull had continuously used its ultimate move, causing the consumption of the Tao Stone to be too great. In an instant it was reduced by a quarter. Originally, in a normal battle, the golden bull could last for as long as 3 days, but now, let alone 3 days, it could barely last for 3 minutes. Not a bad war machine. It would be a waste for it to fall into your hands. Let me take it. Xiantianling attacked for the third time. He still stretched out his hand and used his own power to form a giant silver hand that reached down. His attack was so simple, but it was extremely practical, forcing Ling Han to use the golden bull to resist with all his might. Runes were shot out one by one and finally resolved the attack. However, the Dao stone was left with less than a quarter. Ants, you still want to resist stubbornly in front of an immortal? Xiantianling sneered. In his eyes, Ling Han and Princess Baishao were just two insects, but he couldn't take them down even after 3 attacks, which naturally made him very unhappy. His face was gloomy, and his eyes were staring at Princess Baishao with an indescribable brilliance. Xiantianling was also born in a cage. In his life, there was only the survival of the fittest. Even if he was at the cast tripod realm, he couldn't be considered an expert in the cage and could only keep a low profile. Over there, he was the weakling and couldn't get any benefits. But after coming out, the whole world suddenly became vast and prosperous, which caused a huge change in his mentality. From being weak to being strong, from having nothing to being able to enjoy everything. Previously, he enjoyed the pleasure of power, but now that he saw Princess Baishao, he awakened another instinctive need. He wanted this woman. Ha ha ha. He let out a carefree laugh and reached out again to grab the golden bull. The golden bull could still only use runes to resolve the attack, but the consumption was too fast. In just a few seconds, the energy of the first Dao stone was used up. Ling Han quickly took out a new Dao stone to replenish it, and the golden bull became lively again, dissolving Xiantianling's attack. Xiantianling didn't take it to heart and said indifferently, "How many moves can you block from me?" If he wasn't worried about Princess Baishao, he would have already used his spear to strike a mighty blow, ensuring that the golden bull would be smashed into pieces. For the sake of the beauty, he used this kind of gentle attack. Princess Baishao was very anxious. Ling Han's Dao stone had been used, and now she only had one left. Even if she used all of them, how long could she last? 1 minute or 2. She couldn't help but look at Ling Han, only to see that this man was calm and didn't have a trace of panic. Even at such a dangerous time, Ling Han could still maintain such calmness. How big was his heart? In the sky, the big hand came again. The golden bull was still madly spewing runes to resolve it, and the consumption of the Dao stone was astonishing. In just a few moves, the second Dao stone was also used up. Princess Baishao hurriedly added the last Dao stone. She frowned. What should she do next? Could Chen Fengyan's name scare this cast tripod realm martial artist? Hee, Chen Fengyan really thinks highly of you. He actually rewarded you with 3 Dao stones. TSK. Xiantianling naturally knew his stuff. This Dao stone was formed by a martial artist condensing the power of heaven and earth. There was some kind of great Dao truth in it. It could not only drive the war colossus, but in fact, if it was given to a martial artist, they could also understand the Dao of a martial artist. However, it's only 3 at most. He laughed. After that, what can you use to block me? Boom, he struck out with his palm again. Ling Han felt a wave of pain in his heart, yet he did not hesitate to raise his hand and throw. A chess piece flew out, and shwa, it turned into a giant silver elephant. Its 2 tusks were thick and long, its nose was also thick and long, and its 4 legs were thick and long. The thick and long trunk swung to meet Xiantianling's attack. Bang! Xiantianling's attack was immediately resolved, and the thick and long trunk returned to the chess piece and fell back into Ling Han's hand. This was the reward Ling Han received after he forcefully broke the chess game during the fledgling dragon trial. It was said that he could use it when he was in danger, and it really helped him resolve the attack. Ling Han looked at it and saw that the image on the chess piece had dimmed. Sure enough, if it was used a few more times, it would completely lose its effect. Xian Tianling was surprised. He didn't expect these two insignificant people to be full of treasures. Apart from the War Colossus and the Dao Stone, there was also such a thing. Chapter 35:12. What does Senior want Junior to do? Xian Tianling didn't dare to be arrogant. The baboon scratched his head and said, "Break one of your arms and scram." Xian Tianling gritted his teeth and said, "Fine." He raised his right hand high in the air, as if he was going to chop down on his left arm. However, before his hand could fall, he had already turned around and was running very fast. What a joke, old Sun has already spoken. Do you think you can escape? The baboon jumped up and instantly appeared in front of Xian Tianling. Are you cheating? How can you be so fast? Xuanshanling's face was dark, but he would never cut off his own arm. It required a sacred medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones. How could he get it with his cast tripod realm cultivation? He attacked the baboon with all his might. The baboon retaliated with a punch. It was obviously at the cast tripod realm, but its moves didn't contain any power that surpassed this realm. Yet, it easily suppressed the mystic heaven ridge. In less than 10 moves, Xian Tianling's left arm was grabbed by the baboon and pulled hard. Blood splashed and Xian Tianling's left arm was torn off. The baboon casually threw the Xiantian ridge to the ground and said, "Scram." The Xiantianling didn't even dare to let out a fart and quickly fled in panic. "Brother monkey." Ling Han jumped off the golden bull and called out to the baboon. The baboon grinned. "Brother, are you blaming old Sun for not killing that guy?" Ling Han shook his head. "How could that be? I still have to thank Big Brother for giving me a chance to take revenge." As expected of old Sun's brother. The baboon laughed. "Come, old Sun will wait for you in the valley." With that, the baboon's body trembled, and its powerful aura disappeared like a receding tide. It shuddered, glanced at Ling Han, and immediately grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and said, "Second in charge." Ling Han's face darkened. "Don't call me second in command." "Then what should we call it?" The baboon scratched its ears and cheeks in confusion. "Whatever. Anyway, I can't call him second boss," Ling Han said. "What about the second king?" the baboon probed. Ling Han sighed. This was the only bad thing about being the second in line. No matter what title you had, you would always exude the aura of a second. Alright. This was better than being the second in command. Ling Han and Princess Baishao followed the baboon. They entered the Monkey Valley and arrived at the place where Brother Monkey was suppressed. More than a year had passed, but Monkey King was still the same. There were weeds on his head, but he didn't mind at all. "Brother Monkey." Ling Han smiled. "Second brother." Monkey Bro grinned as well. There was a perverse aura about him that seemed capable of overturning the heavens and earth. "Greetings, Senior." Princess Baishao also bowed. Monkey King glanced at the princess and smiled, "Second brother, you have good taste. You have chosen a girl from the Monkey Clan as your partner." Ling Han was just about to explain when he heard Princess Baishao say with a smile, "Senior, you flatter me. I'm afraid Baishao isn't worthy of Brother Ling." "Damn, Brother Ling, how could you say that?" Ling Han felt that he had underestimated this princess. When she was shameless, she could even compete with him. "Six-eared macaque and I have some history. For the sake of second brother, I'll help you." Monkey Bro suddenly exhaled at Princess Baishao. Instantly, Princess Baishao's body was covered in auspicious light. It was as if she was about to ascend to immortality. Ling Han didn't need to ask to know that Princess Baishao must have received great benefits. "I helped this child improve her bloodline," Monkey Bro said. "Fuck, you can improve someone's bloodline just by exhaling? Brother, you're amazing. Ling Han didn't know how to be polite. He smiled and said, Brother Monkey, help me improve my bloodline too. Monkey Bro shook his head. This child and I are both monkeys. That's why I can improve her bloodline. You are a pure human. I don't have this ability. Ling Han couldn't help but sigh. This little girl, Bai Xiao, had it easy. Moreover, second brother, your bloodline, talent, and innate bone structure seem ordinary. But when I look at you with my golden eyes, fiery eyes, there's an indescribably perfect balance. Unless you can improve all aspects, it's better not to improve at all. It'll only have the opposite effect, Monkey Bro said seriously. Alright, that was Monkey Bro's evaluation. Ling Han thought that he was born from a god's stone. There must be something magical about him. He couldn't be a real mortal. He thought about it and released all the Calabash brothers. Hey, a hairy face. He looks like a monkey. Hee hee, fun. The milk babies had no inhibitions and immediately laughed. Monkey Bro wasn't angry. He looked at the 7 babies and had a look of realization. He said, Second brother, you're really lucky. What? Ling Han asked in confusion. You'll know when the time comes. Monkey Bro smiled. Hey, it's really a hairy face monkey. He even knows Dad. He was crushed under the mountain. How pitiful. The milk babies shook their heads. Only the second baby said, This hairy face monkey is very powerful. I can't even see his cultivation level. Yo! The 7 babies all took a step back, as if they were very afraid. Ling Han smiled and said, This is Monkey Bro, my sworn brother. You guys call him Uncle Monkey. Uncle Monkey. The 7 babies said in a childish voice. Monkey Bro smiled and said to Ling Han, Second brother, how did you end up being hunted? Ling Han told the whole story, but when he was talking about Chen Fengyan, Monkey Bro suddenly interrupted. You said that this person's name is Chen Fengyan? Ling Han nodded. Yes, Monkey Bro. Do you know this person? Hee hee. Monkey Bro laughed. Next time you see Chen Fengyan, you don't have to be polite to him. If he dares to say anything, just wait for old Sun to come out and I'll spank him. Ling Han was surprised. From Monkey Bro's tone, the two seemed to know each other. Monkey Bro, are you from the previous civilization? He couldn't help but ask. Monkey Bro nodded. Yes. What exactly happened back then? Were you suppressed here by those people who massacred Heavenly Sea Planet? Ling Han had held back for a long time, and now that he had finally found someone who might know the truth, he instantly spilled everything he knew. Are you sure you want to know? Monkey Bro asked. Ling Han nodded. More than 2,000 years ago, Tianhaixing was ruled by a dynasty. It was a vassal of another dynasty. Monkey Bro began to explain, but this dynasty developed too fast, so fast that the dynasty couldn't sit still. So, they found a crime that Mo Su committed and sent an army and countless strong cultivators across the universe to come here. After a great war, the dynasty of Heavenly Ocean Star was destroyed. Most of their experts were killed, and some forces surrendered. They moved their clans and sects to the planet where the dynasty was located. It was also at that time that Old Sun was suppressed under this mountain. After a while, the dynasty turned Heavenly Starfish into a prison and locked up some people who had committed crimes but had powerful backgrounds, so they didn't dare to kill them. The operation of this formation will extract the power of Tianhaixing as an energy source. So, from then on, this planet has been in decline and is no longer suitable for cultivation. Chapter 35-13. The matter was really not complicated. First, it was the destruction of a dynasty, and then it became a cage. That was all. Ling Han was speechless. Although Monkey King made it sound so simple, it was the end of a dynasty. How many people had died? Monkey bro, just how strong is this empire? He couldn't help but ask. So many years had passed, and the cage had been broken. Would the empire make a comeback? Monkey King chuckled. There are 9 stages of the immortal path. To be able to be called a dynasty, it must have a sect master level expert. In other words, it must be standing on the 6th stage of the immortal path, known as the minor realization stage. However, the Azure Dragon Empire still has an old freak who isn't dead yet, and he is a martial artist of the 4 extremities realm. If it wasn't for that old fellow, Old Sun wouldn't have been suppressed. The monkey had a vicious expression as he bared his teeth and looked extremely frightening. Was he the one who suppressed you? Ling Han asked. Monkey King nodded. That old monster didn't dare to kill me, so he could only suppress me. He wanted to suppress me for the rest of my life, but how could this world really trap me? Over the past 2,000 years, my strength has been increasing every day. Once I'm free, I'll go find that old monster and smash him into meat paste. The Monkey King was indeed murderous. However, who wouldn't be filled with resentment after being suppressed for more than 2,000 years? Ling Han was astonished and said, Brother Monkey, you should already be a sect master level expert, but that old monster didn't dare to kill you. Could it be that you have an even stronger elder? The Monkey King said proudly, Of course. My ancestor was at the peak of the celestial path. He ruled the universe and was invincible for an entire era. Now, he's nowhere to be found. That old monster wouldn't dare to kill him. He's afraid that the ancient ancestor will return and kill him with a slap. Peak of the immortal path. Ling Han couldn't help but be stupefied. This big brother monkey that was suppressed under the mountain, the ancient ancestor, was actually an invincible existence. Second brother, there are many things that you shouldn't know now. The water is deep. Monkey King gave a warning to prevent Ling Han from asking again. Practice hard. If you encounter something you can't solve, you can come here. Ling Han knew that the Monkey King could only be suppressed by a venerable realm cultivator, which meant that the Monkey King must have reached the minor realization realm, which meant that he was a sect master. Over the past few days, he had also heard that even in the Star Ocean, sect master level characters were also top powerhouses. They could dominate a celestial body. Back then, the Monkey King was such an existence, but unfortunately, it alarmed the Venerable One. The Monkey King was full of confidence. He believed that he would break free soon. Once he did, it would mean that he had entered the honorable realm. The number of supremacies standing on the 7th step of the immortal path was pitifully small. 2 days later, Princess Bai Xiao finally woke up. She couldn't contain her joy. Her bloodline had improved a little again, helping her reach the level of a 2-star genius. She thanked Monkey King. She knew that it was all because of Ling Han, so she pretended to be very close to Ling Han. Hey, you're shameless. Ling Han leaned over and whispered. If you dare to expose me, I'll tell Monkey King about you stealing my underwear, Princess Bai Xiao threatened. Ling Han had a strange expression. Do you think Monkey King will blame me for being a pervert? Monkey King's way of thinking was different from ordinary people. He might even praise me for being romantic. However, when did this demon princess become so shameless? Could she have been infected by me? He laughed and said, All right, I won't expose you. I'll even cooperate with you. How? Princess Bai Xiao asked. Ling Han reached out and hugged Princess Bai Xiao's slender waist. This is what you call a couple. Princess Bai Xiao had goosebumps all over her body. Her body stiffened at first, but she immediately went berserk. Boom! The power of the secret-seeking realm burst out completely. Coupled with her 2-star combat power, she could kill 99% of the secret-seeking realm in an instant. She shot out a slap at Ling Han. "Lecher, I'm going to kill you." Ling Han touched the tiger's butt, so he naturally started running immediately. He laughed and said, "My dear Bai Xiao, are you trying to murder your husband?" One was running, and the other was chasing. The Monkey Valley was in chaos. Second King and Second Madam are so loving. "They're showing off their affection so early in the morning," a monkey said. "You're not a dog. You're a monkey. I've been single for so long that I think I'm a dog." After a long while, Princess Bai Xiao finally suppressed her anger. This was the Monkey Valley. Even if Ling Han didn't run, could she kill Ling Han? The two stayed in the Monkey Valley for another half a day. Unfortunately, Monkey King didn't have any treasures to give them now. Ling Han didn't mind. Firstly, he valued relationships more. Secondly, Monkey King had helped him a lot. He said goodbye to Monkey King. He believed that the two brothers would meet again in the near future. The two set off and returned to the imperial capital. Ling Han also asked Monkey King about the origin of the rotten stone tablet. However, Monkey King told him that it had a heavy yin qi and was most likely a tombstone. That was why it was tainted with death qi. But even Monkey King admitted that the 2.5 words on the tablet were incredible. They were so full of Tao presence that even he couldn't write them. Therefore, Ling Han didn't throw away the rotten stone tablet. Instead, he specially used a spatial artifact to store it in case it contaminated other things. Of course, he couldn't be so extravagant on his way back. He used the golden bowl as a mount. Fortunately, the spaceship was still waiting for them, and they weren't discovered by the Taihua sect. They boarded the spaceship, flew for 3 or 4 days, and finally returned to the imperial capital. Ling Han released the news through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, saying that the Taihua sect disobeyed the emperor's order and had crippled Gong Sun Liang's cultivation as a warning to the world. The news shocked the world. When this news was confirmed, it triggered the fear of countless factions. One had to know that even a cast tripod realm expert lost an arm. How unfathomable was the strength of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Not long after, all the factions came to pay their respects. Within a day, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs received the surrender forms from dozens of factions. All they had to do was wait for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to send someone to collect them. This naturally made the Ministry of Foreign Affairs very busy. Xianyuan Dinghua, Lian Xuerong, Huer, and the others were all busy. Even so, they were still far from enough. Under such circumstances, the princes naturally began to arrange more manpower, hoping to intervene in the affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and benefit from it. Once again, Ling Han flatly refused. No matter how dissatisfied the princes were, he didn't take it to heart at all. Although Monkey King didn't say anything in detail, Ling Han guessed that he must know Chen Fengyan. Since he was Monkey King's sworn brother, he didn't have to lower his voice in front of Chen Fengyan, let alone the princes. "So what if you hate me so much? Ask Chen Fengyan to remove me if you can." Unexpectedly, Chen Fengyan really issued an edict, which was personally delivered by the chief eunuch Zhu Qi, summoning Ling Han to see him. Chapter 35:14. Ling Han followed Zhu Qi, but he did not go to the imperial palace, but to the outskirts. It seemed that Zhu Qi was truly trusted by Chen Fengyan because even the princes didn't know where Chen Fengyan was in seclusion. "Lord Ling, His Majesty really thinks highly of you. You have to know that His Majesty hasn't seen anyone since he went into seclusion," Zhu Qi said enviously. Ling Han only smiled. "Lord Zhu, you are the most favored person by His Majesty. This old servant is just doing his duty and wholeheartedly working for His Majesty," Zhu Qi said humbly. Ling Han still didn't understand why such an expert would be willing to be a eunuch in the palace when the secret realm was clearly very rare. Forget it, this was his private matter. The two of them came to the foot of a mountain and continued to climb. When they reached the top, Zhu Qi told Ling Han to wait while he went to ask Chen Fengyan. Not long later, Chen Fengyan appeared. He was wearing casual clothes like a normal person. Ling Han immediately cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Saint Emperor." He felt slightly strange because he felt that Chen Fengyan's state was a bit strange. Out of curiosity, he activated his eye technique and was shocked because this Chen Fengyan was actually made of a ball of energy and not a physical body. "This is my incarnation, not a physical body," Chen Fengyan said indifferently as if he had seen through Ling Han's thoughts. Incarnation Chen Fengyan saw Ling Han's puzzled expression and explained, "After entering spirit transformation, one can transform into a spiritual body with a thought. Those who aren't strong enough or haven't cultivated eye techniques won't be able to see through it." Spirit transformation. This was the fifth step, and spirit transformation was also known as true monarch. The strongest in the cage were spirit transformation true monarchs, and they were unbelievably strong. Hiss, Chen Fengyan was actually a spirit transformation true monarch? What a powerful fellow. He almost became a sect master level expert. Ling Han was curious why Chen Fengyan was so good to him. This had already surpassed the normal sense of appreciation. "Aren't you very curious as to why I've always supported you?" Chen Fengyan voiced Ling Han's doubts. Ling Han nodded. "I am indeed curious. You saw that monkey at sea level mountain, right?" Chen Fengyan changed the subject. Ling Han nodded and said, "He's my big brother." Chen Fengyan's expression was evidently stifled, and only after a long while did he say, "We have seen you use the demon monkey fist before, so we have long known that you are definitely related to that monkey." No wonder Chen Fengyan had always treated him differently. It was because of Monkey King. But what is the relationship between Chen Fengyan and Monkey King? "Your Majesty seems to know Monkey King," Ling Han said. Monkey King also said, "Say what?" Chen Fengyan asked. It was rare for him to lose his composure. Ling Han chuckled and said, "Brother Monkey was joking. He said he would spank His Majesty's butt or something." Chen Fengyan's expression suddenly became one of embarrassment. He was a spirit transformation realm expert, and he could be considered an expert on any planet. If he went one step further, he could become a super big shot on the level of a sect master. Now he was said to be spanking. How could he accept it? After a while, he said, "My father and that monkey were sworn brothers. According to reason, should call him eighth uncle." In other words, there were at least 8 people who were sworn brothers. "Wait, your father?" Ling Han looked at Chen Fengyan in surprise. Although he had already guessed this, he was still a little shocked to hear it from Chen Fengyan. Was this really an ancient person from 2000 years ago? "Yes, I came from the previous civilization. However, when the country fell, I was sealed. I was only released 100 years ago." Chen Fengyan nodded and readily admitted. Ling Han suddenly thought of many things. Needless to say, the destroyed dynasty that Monkey King mentioned was the predecessor of Xianbei country. The old king died in battle, but he sealed his son. It was not until the world changed that he was born. No wonder Chen Fengyan was unbelievably powerful. He was in existence from the previous civilization. He was probably at least standing on the 4th step of the path to immortality. Perhaps he was a spirit transformation perfected lord, so he didn't have to worry about the changes in the world. In that case, Chen Fengyan was still his junior, and he called him 9th uncle. Ahem. Chen Fengyan coughed and said, "Everyone has their own business. Your relationship with that monkey won't affect your relationship with me." Ling Han looked at Chen Fengyan and thought, how much did this Saint Emperor suffer at the hands of Monkey King to call him that monkey? Poor Wa. You have been doing well recently. Keep it up. Chen Fengyan said, "Since you are quite talented in arrays, I will give you an array formation treasure book." It was left by fourth uncle back then. Jiang Yi let out a sigh. Fourth uncle is an absolute genius and could have become the strongest array master in the world. During the battle with the Azure Dragon Empire, he used his array to strangle 5 of their cult patriarch-class individuals, but he ultimately died a miserable death. Ling Han, regarding the matter regarding this emperor and that monkey, you definitely cannot tell a fourth person. Otherwise, the Azure Dragon Empire will definitely stage a comeback, and now is not the time to confront them head-on. Ling Han nodded. This Azure Dragon Empire was definitely the executioner who had destroyed the previous civilization. Previously, they had treated Heavenly Sea Planet as a prison, and now that a large number of prisoners had escaped, it should have alarmed them. If they found out that there were still some who escaped, they would certainly start another massacre. However, as long as Monkey King could escape, he would have the strength of an honorable realm expert. So what if he went against the Azure Dragon Empire? As they were talking, Zhu Qi came over again. He was holding a wooden box and handed it to Ling Han. Work hard. Chen Fengyan said. All right. Ling Han nodded. After calculating their seniority, it was really difficult for him to feel deep veneration for this nephew of his. Go. Chen Fengyan waved his hand and his figure shook before vanishing into light. Zhu Qi also bowed slightly towards Ling Han, and quietly retreated. Ling Han stood on the peak of the mountain and looked at the wooden box in his hand. It had been around for a long time and was emitting an ancient aura presence. However, it was still perfectly preserved. He simply sat down and opened the wooden box. There was a piece of beast skin inside. It was obviously placed there, but it had this kind of illusory feeling. He took out the beast skin. It was extremely light, as though it didn't have any weight. When he opened it up, he didn't expect the beast skin to be abnormally long. He only reached the end after opening it up for nearly 30 meters. There were a large number of array patterns recorded on the beast skin. They weren't the elementary, intermediate, or even ultimate array patterns that he had mastered before. They were all brand new. After looking at the first array pattern, his attention was completely absorbed. It was unknown how much time had passed before he came back to his senses. He immediately felt a headache. His entire body was swaying, and he felt as though his spirit had been sucked out. He couldn't help but be appalled. These array patterns were too horrifying. Just a glance almost sucked out his spirit. How was he going to study them? No wonder there were so few array masters. End of chapter. Chapter 35:16. What did you discover? Senior Grand Tutor Hong also jumped out. He was a little guilty and full of anger. What they had just discussed could be said to be treacherous. Although they could deny it as long as it was not recorded, they were still a little guilty. Most importantly, this was the Hong residence, and someone had actually sneaked in. Hong Tianbu's brows furrowed. He had clearly sensed some movement, but when he ran out, he did not discover anything. It was really strange. He believed in his own senses. After fusing with the eye of an ancient beast, his perception had increased by tens or even hundreds of times. Could it be that he was being too paranoid? Hong Tianbu spun another 2 rounds before saying to Senior Grand Tutor Hong, I might have seen wrongly. Only then did Senior Grand Tutor Hong heave a sigh of relief. You can't scare people like that. It's getting late. You should rest early too, he said to his grandson. After such a ruckus, he had no interest in continuing the conversation. Hong Tianbu nodded slowly. After seeing Senior Grand Tutor Hong out of the courtyard, he paced another 2 rounds in the courtyard before returning to the house. On the roof, Ling Han heaved a sigh of relief. This Hong Tianbu's intuition was really sharp. That primordial vicious creature's eye was way too awesome. After waiting for a while, Ling Han quietly jumped down from the roof. He was careful not to make a single sound. In the house, Hong Tianbu did not immediately rest. Instead, he was reading a book under the table lamp, concentrating. Ling Han stealthily went over, holding the broken stone tablet in his hand, and raised it up high. Shwa, he smashed it down. Hong Tianbu was, after all, Hong Tianbu. Even in such a situation, he still sensed something. He quickly turned his head, but it was still too late. Pa, a brick-like heavy object smashed into his head. He did not even have the time to say a word. He directly rolled on the ground and fainted. Ling Han was astounded. This piece of broken stone tablet was really awesome. Even someone as strong as Hong Tianbu was flipped over by a swing of his brick. When he looked again, he couldn't help but laugh, because not only was there a large bump on Hong Tianbu's forehead, there was even a character imprinted on it. It was from the rotten stone tablet, but he couldn't recognize what it was, and it was extremely blurry. Brother Monkey said that this is a tombstone. It's surrounded by Yin Qi and is extremely ominous, Ling Han murmured. If you use this to knock people out, it should be able to give them bad luck for 3 years. He smiled and began to search. Not only did Hong Tianbu have astonishing talent in martial art, but he also had great fortuitous encounters. He should have many treasures on him. Ling Han quickly found a spatial magic tool. He injected his psychic energy into it and found that there were quite a few treasures inside. There were precious materials and treasure fruits of life, and there were quite a few of them. That's all? Ling Han suddenly thought of the book that Hong Tianbu had been reading. He hurriedly picked it up from the table and immediately revealed a happy expression. This was a movement technique called so near, yet so far. From the description of the movement technique, it was an immortal-grade movement technique. However, it wasn't that mortals couldn't learn it, but because the difference in strength was too great, they naturally wouldn't be able to display its full power. Furthermore, they wouldn't be able to use it continuously. This movement technique was found by Hong Tianbu in the tomb of an ancient powerhouse. Even in the previous civilization, this movement technique could be considered top-notch. From this point, Hong Tianbu's luck was truly heaven-defying. How many people in the world could enter the tomb of an ancient powerhouse, smoothly obtain the treasured technique, and return unscathed? In addition, this guy had also fused with the eye of an ancient beast. It could be seen how strong his luck was. I'll spare your life this time. You have bullied others time and time again. I can't let you die so easily, Ling Han murmured. He left with 6th baby and went to find senior tutor Hong. This was simple. He was merely at the engravement realm. Ling Han didn't even need to intentionally hide his aura. He just had to walk over and smash the old man with a brick, and the old man would faint. However, senior tutor Hong didn't have much on him. He basically had some jade seeds, and what Ling Han lacked the least was jade seeds. Ling Han went back the way he came. Seeing that it was still early, he went to sleep. Early the next morning, he began to cultivate as usual. He felt that his cultivation was progressing at an astonishing speed. The environment of the world had changed again, speeding up the cultivation speed. Of course, it was a good thing that his cultivation speed was fast, but it also meant that some of the people in the cage would come out. The faster and the bigger the change, the more people would come out, and the stronger they would be. The sealing effect of the cage was based on the extraction of energy from this planet. Previously, heavenly starfish was completely unsuitable for cultivation, so the cage was extremely stable. No one could escape. Therefore, when heavenly starfish completely recovered, it meant that the cage was completely open. This was really a contradiction. On one hand, Ling Han wanted to cultivate faster, but on the other hand, he didn't want the strong people in the cage to come out so soon. Sigh. Ling Han sighed. Forget it, he didn't want to think about it anymore. Whether he wanted it or not, such a change was not something he could stop or influence, so he didn't need to worry about it. A few days passed, and rumors spread. Hong Tianbu was beaten up, and there was a big bruise on his forehead. Not only that, the once unparalleled heavenly Son of Heaven seemed to be haunted by bad luck. A servant of the Hong family reported that when Hong Tianbu was cultivating, his house suddenly collapsed, and he was covered in dust. Or when he was eating, he ate half of his teeth out of the food. Or when he was walking, there was suddenly a big pit in front of him. All kinds of incredible coincidences happened to him, as if they were deliberately arranged. But no matter how smart a person was, they wouldn't arrange such a coincidence. Therefore, it could only be said that Hong Tianbu's luck suddenly became extremely bad. After Ling Han heard this, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. It was just like what Monkey King said, that broken stone tablet was an ominous object, and the yin energy was too heavy. Look, Hong Tianbu was only hit once, and he actually became this unlucky. However, Hong Tianbu was Hong Tianbu after all. Even under such circumstances, he still steadily stepped into the secret-seeking realm. When the news spread, the entire imperial city was stirred. Although the secret-seeking realm was like bamboo shoots after the rain, Hong Tianbu was the #1 genius in the past, and now he was one of the two prides of the imperial city. The significance of him stepping into the secret-seeking realm was extraordinary. Maybe, in the near future, the imperial city would have a second immortal path cultivator. Ling Han was also surprised. Even with such bad luck, Hong Tianbu was still able to advance so quickly. His luck was really heaven-defying. Moreover, he didn't seem to have searched all the treasures on Hong Tianbu's body. This guy actually still had the treasure fruit of life to enter the secret-seeking realm. Ling Han only sighed, and then put his attention back on himself. After so many days, he was about to reach the peak of the second stage of the inscription patterns. In just another 2 or 3 days, he would be able to break through to the third stage of the inscription patterns. The work of the External Affairs Department was progressing in an orderly manner. There were more and more sects that pledged allegiance to them, and even some caste tripod realm forces had submitted letters of surrender. Ling Han was getting more and more benefits, and it was probably enough for him to rush into the secret-seeking realm. However, an unforeseen event happened. Chapter 35:17. The imperial capital welcomed a rare period of peace and prosperity. As the power of heaven and earth became denser and denser, everyone's cultivation speed also skyrocketed, advancing at a frightening speed. A night passed. As usual, Ling Han got up, opened the door, and walked into the courtyard, preparing to cultivate. However, he immediately opened his mouth wide, revealing a look of surprise. Because in his courtyard, a huge tree reached up to the sky. It was at least 100 feet tall. He could be 100% sure that last night, there were only flowers and grass in this courtyard, and the tallest was no taller than a person's height. Damn it, why was there a huge tree here? Who was so bored to plant it in the middle of the night? Moreover, even if someone really planted it here, he wouldn't have any reaction at all. Planting such a huge tree was not like bringing a pot of flowers over. If such a thing really happened, then the person who planted it must be really powerful. Ling Han opened his eyes and was even more surprised, because he wasn't the only one with a huge tree here, there were everywhere. He got up and climbed to the top of the tree. Then, he looked down and saw that the entire imperial capital seemed to have turned into a forest. There were such huge trees everywhere, and it was a stretch of lush green. What was going on? How did the imperial capital become like this in one night? What exactly happened? As the sun rose, Ling Han thought about it and got down from the tree to cultivate first. Boom, the power of heaven and earth surged. Ling Han was a little shocked. He seemed to have eaten some treasure fruit or spirit pill, and his cultivation speed had increased by 3 to 4 times compared to yesterday. The environment of heaven and earth had also improved qualitatively. Perhaps the appearance of these huge trees was also related to the drastic change of heaven and earth. Their current heaven and earth were built on the old world, so once the heaven and earth changed, a part of the old world would appear. When the milk babies came out and saw this new scene, they were incomparably happy, jumping up and down, playing happily. Ling Han was in charge of the Department of External Affairs, and very soon, he received more detailed information about the changes of heaven and earth. The environment of the imperial capital changed drastically. Countless trees grew overnight, and some of the trees even bore fruits. Those who were bold enough to consume the fruits immediately experienced a great upgrade in their life level. In an instant, they became masters of the extreme bone realm, inscription realm, and even the enlightened apertures and secret-seeking realm. The 4 marshals, senior grand tutor Hong everything was in the past. They were no longer the most powerful people in the empire. If not for their official titles, their prestige would have fallen to rock bottom. But because there was Chen Fengyan above them, and their positions were also given by Chen Fengyan, no one dared to challenge the 4 marshals. But this was only temporary. People's hearts would always swell with the increase of strength, and eventually could not be contained. In the imperial capital, the number of robberies and murders suddenly increased. This was something that could not be helped. Some people had always been at the bottom of society, but suddenly gained great strength. Naturally, they were not willing to accept the status quo. There was no doubt that robbing was the fastest way to get rich. The current soldiers were too weak to stop the masters of the inscription, enlightenment, and mystery-seeking realms. Some people did not have the strength, so they could only hide their hatred. But now that their strength had skyrocketed, the flames of vengeance were burning. Ling Han did not need to worry about this matter. He was the head of the External Affairs Department. He only needed to manage the sects established by the experts in the cage. However, he also encountered some unpleasant things. Previously, a large number of sects had submitted letters of surrender, but now, not only did no forces submit letters of surrender, some of the forces that had submitted letters of surrender also began to regret. When the people from the Department of Foreign Affairs went to receive them, they either refused or forcibly drove them away. Ling Han, what's going on with those sects? Why did they suddenly go back on their word? After Princess Bai Shao learned of this, she discussed countermeasures with him. These people changed too quickly. Ling Han thought about it and said, after the upheaval of heaven and earth, there should be even stronger existences emerging from the prison. Perhaps they think that they can contend against His Majesty, so those forces have begun to wait and see, lest they follow the wrong person. Going back on their word, what a despicable person, Princess Bai Shao said angrily. She paused, then continued, I want to attack the immortal path again. This time, the environment has changed again, and my bloodline has improved a lot. I have full confidence that I can succeed, but it should take at least 10 days. Okay. Ling Han nodded. This was a good thing. The Department of Foreign Affairs only had one power at the immortal path level, and that was the War Colossus. But there were not many Dao stones left, and they could only be used as a deterrent. So, if Princess Bai Shao could enter the immortal path, the Department of Foreign Affairs would have a long-term immortal path expert. In the current world, only immortal path experts were unattainable, and immortal path experts could not be reached. Ling Han also had to work hard. His cultivation had grown rapidly, but it was still not enough. He began to attack the third vein. When the physical conditions were met, success would follow naturally. The key was how many vein lines Ling Han could draw this time. One by one, the treasure fruits of life were consumed. Ling Han used the source of life as ink to carve one vein after another. After reaching 1,000,000, his speed suddenly dropped. Ling Han integrated his understanding of the great Tao of the origin world and began to draw new vein lines. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. This time, he drew a total of 1,070,000. This should be the limit. Even if he broke through to the fourth vein, unless a miracle happened, he could not draw more vein lines. There was no other way. There was only so much time, and there was always a limit. 3 vein lines. Ling Han smiled. He was not at all jealous of the lucky ones outside. They went from ordinary people to immortal path experts overnight. This kind of strength was trash, and they might not even be able to use the battle power that their realm should have. His advancement in realm was a little slow, but it was solid. One step at a time, and with a solid foundation, he could become a top expert in the future. Ling Han planned to expand his manpower. Now that there was a large number of experts emerging, he had a choice. He sent people out to put up notices. The External Affairs Department was recruiting for 3 days, and after 3 days, there would be a unified selection. He delegated the task to Huer, Xianyuan Dinghua, and the others. 3 days later, Xianyuan Dinghua and the others selected a total of 10 people to join the External Affairs Department. There were a few good seedlings among them. One was called Tian Qi. He was not from the imperial capital, but from the Martial Cloud sect. He had a cultivation of immortal path, and he came because he admired the prosperity of the imperial capital. He was also a bit arrogant. Another was called Peng Yusen. She was from the imperial capital, and because she ate a treasure fruit, she directly rushed to the immortal path. The last one was called Shuriqing. Like Peng Yusen, she was also from the imperial capital. She also ate a treasure fruit and soared to the sky. However, the 2 girls' talent in martial art was not bad, and they were worth cultivating. At this time, a big piece of news came. 13 Life Core experts had joined forces to enter the imperial capital. Chapter 35:18. The Life Core realm was the 3rd step of the immortal path. Even in the universe, one was qualified to be called an expert. Now, 13 Life Core realm experts had entered the capital together. Were they going to fight Chen Fengyan head-on? Ling Han only smiled when he heard this. Chen Fengyan was a perfected lord of the spirit transformation realm and a prince of the previous dynasty. He definitely had many treasured skills. Therefore, he was definitely stronger than an ordinary perfected lord of the same level. 13 Life Core realm experts were probably not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. However, the outside world only evaluated Chen Fengyan as a Life Core realm expert. Therefore, to the people in the cage, 13 Life Core realm experts were naturally enough to suppress Chen Fengyan. Such existences were too powerful. Ling Han could not control them at all. Therefore, he did not take it to heart. Even if the sky collapsed, there would always be someone strong enough to support it. He only needed to take care of his own affairs. However, once these 13 experts entered the capital, they pointed their spear at the Department of External Affairs. They asked Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao to immediately pay them a visit. Damn! Ling Han felt gloomy. Why was it that when those elites wanted to demonstrate their might, they just had to target him? It was the same in the past. They wanted to force him to hand over the inheritance of the young dragon. Although they were targeting the Department of External Affairs now, he was the palace master. How could he escape? Even if I use all my trump cards, I still can't fight against a Life Core realm expert. Therefore, I can only hope that Nephew Gu has some tricks up his sleeves or that he will come personally. But, can I go have some fun tonight? Ling Han thought of the void beast skin. It could make him invisible. Together with the broken stone tablet, could he knock out a few Life Core realm experts? He was excited. Life Core realm experts should have some good stuff. For safety reasons, he did not act immediately. Instead, he asked Sixth Baby if the Void Beast skin could defend against the divine senses of Life Core Realm experts. Father, stop dreaming. Sixth Baby shook his head. After stepping into the celestial path, the essence of life changes and is reborn. You won't be able to hide from the Foundation Establishment realm, let alone the Life Core realm. Ling Han sighed. It was such a pity. He still wanted to make a fortune. As the news spread out, everyone's eyes were fixed on the External Affairs Department. Everyone knew that it was impossible for Ling Han to block 13 Life Core Realm warriors. He couldn't even block half of them. Therefore, in order to resolve this crisis, Chen Fengyan had to do it himself. The situation was very clear. If Chen Fengyan didn't dare to make a move, it meant that he knew he was no match for Ling Han. Then, Ling Han would become a pitiful cannon fodder. He couldn't let 13 Life Core warriors come here for nothing. Everyone was discussing spiritedly. Some believed that Chen Fengyan was invincible and would definitely make a move. The only reason he hadn't said anything yet was because he had the breadth of mind to accommodate the world. He was giving these 13 people one last chance. However, there were also people who thought that Chen Fengyan didn't dare to make a move. He was only at the Life Core realm, how could he fight against 13 people by himself? Things would eventually come to an end. The next day, 13 Life Core stage powerhouses arrived at the Department of External Affairs. When Ling Han walked out, he saw 13 people standing outside. Each of them emitted an aura that could suppress the heavens and the earth. They were indescribably powerful. Upon closer inspection, their feet were not standing on the ground. Instead, they were treading on the air. Their snow-white cloth shoes were spotless. After stepping onto the path of immortality, a martial artist would have the ability to fly. However, foundation-building cultivators had to use tools to fly. Although cast cauldrons could fly straight, they had to maintain a high-speed flying state in order to stay afloat. Only Life Core Realm warriors could fuse with the laws of heaven and earth. They could tread on energy that mortals couldn't see and float in the air. Therefore, these 13 people were obviously Life Core Realm warriors. There was no need to doubt them. Greetings, seniors. Ling Han cupped his fists and greeted these 13 people who were so powerful that they could kill him with a single breath. Mortal, how dare you not kneel in front of us? A Life Core Realm warrior said. His voice wasn't loud, but it was full of pressure. Ling Han felt a splitting headache. He wiped his face and saw that it was covered in blood. The Life Core Realm was too scary. Just a sentence from them was enough to make him bleed. The difference was as big as the sky. Behind Ling Han, Xianyuan Dinghua, Hu Er, and the others were all present. They were from the External Affairs Palace and couldn't stay out of this. Many people ran over to watch the show. The third prince and the others all sneered. Previously, they had tried to arrange people in the External Affairs Palace, but Ling Han didn't give them any face and directly rejected them. This was the Chen family's world. Who did he think he was? Now, 13 Life Core Realm warriors pointed their swords at the External Affairs Palace. Let's see how Ling Han would resolve this. Ling Han smiled faintly. Junior's bones are a bit hard. I can't kneel. A white-haired Life Core Realm warrior couldn't help but laugh. He then turned to look at his companion and said, Brotherly, we haven't appeared for too long. Could it be that people have forgotten the power of the Life Core Realm? It was an old man dressed in green. He also smiled. Then let the world remember how terrifying the Life Core Realm is today. He stretched out his hands. Quang, the sky was instantly covered by a dense layer of clouds. Thunder and lightning covered the whole imperial city, as if the end of the world had arrived. This hand could control heaven and earth. How powerful was it? Quang, bolts of lightning struck down and interweaved around his body. It made the green-robed old man look like a god walking in the mortal world. He was supreme. The green-robed old man walked in the air step by step. It was as if there was an invisible flight of stairs. He rose into the air step by step and floated hundreds of meters in the air. Quang, 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 the lightning that filled the sky seemed to have found a target, and they all shot toward him. But the old man only stretched out his hand and waved. All the lightning was grasped in his hand and transformed into a huge lightning spear. Could a mortal use lightning as a spear? Of course it was wishful thinking. Pa, pa, pa. Many people immediately knelt down and kowtowed to the green-robed old man who was like a god in the sky. Mortal, this is the power of a god. The green-robed old man said. His voice rumbled as if the heavens were passing down a decree. If he wanted to subdue Ling Han, there was naturally no need to be so exaggerated. But the green-robed old man's group had come to seize Xianbei country, so they naturally had to display a miracle to win the hearts of the people. This was a type of great momentum, a type of destiny. To seize a country, one had to seize destiny first. Ling Han didn't kneel. It was just as he said. His bones were hard and he couldn't kneel. Little ant, you still dare to stand? The green-robed old man said indifferently. It was as if a god was issuing a decree. Mortals could only obey. Ling Han smiled faintly. Old man, don't show off too much. Be careful or you'll be struck by lightning. The green-robed old man almost fell from the sky. How powerful was he? He was the one who summoned the lightning, so how could he be struck by lightning? This brat really was audacious. He still dared to argue with him even at this time. It looks like you don't want to live anymore. The green-robed old man said. He reached out and grabbed at Ling Han. Hong, it was as if the heavens were furious and sent down a punishment. Chapter 35-20. In the sky, the life core realm cultivators were fighting. Every one of them was like a god, drawing upon the boundless power of heaven and earth to attack each other. Every one of them emitted dazzling light that people could only look up to. However, even such a powerhouse was controlled by the intense resentment and was fighting a pointless battle. Below, the mortals were also fighting, creating a huge mess. Fortunately, when the lightning and thunder roared, most people were so scared that they hid in their houses. Other than being drenched by the rain, the rabbits were considered to have escaped the calamity. In other words, those who were fighting here were basically here to watch the show. For example, the third prince, the fifth prince, and so on, all of them opened their deathly pale eyes and started a crazy attack on their brothers and subordinates. Ling Han did not make a move, he only guarded the external affairs department. After being possessed by the resentful spirit, a martial artist's body would become completely unafraid of attacks, but afterwards, they would become extremely weak and their strength would be greatly reduced. Half a day later, the battles finally became sparse, and the battles of the life core realm also stopped. Even in such an intense battle, none of them were injured. However, after the resentful spirit disappeared, their expressions changed drastically. Their terrifying auras suddenly vanished like smoke in thin air, and they fell to the ground one after another, some even vomiting blood. Previously, they had suffered so many attacks but were not injured in the slightest. This was not because they were hit by dogs, but because they accumulated in a special way, and after the resentful spirit disappeared, they all returned the damage. So what if they were in the life core realm? This was a huge injury. The 13 life core realm cultivators were like ordinary people, lying on the ground with constipated expressions. Previously, they crazily fought against each other, even taking out the Immortal Path Foundation Stone and the Spirit-Nurturing Immortal Cauldron. Now, they all discovered that their Immortal Path Foundation Stone and Immortal Cauldron had cracks on them. This was a fucking huge loss. If they wanted to repair the Immortal Path Foundation Stone and Immortal Cauldron, it would take at least a few hundred years if they only relied on their bodies to slowly recover. Although a Life Core Realm cultivator could live for about 4,000 years, they were not born in a cage, but a group of people who were imprisoned at the beginning. They had spent more than 2,000 years in a cage. How many years did they have left to live? A few hundred years, that was the rest of their lives. Or they could acquire an extremely valuable medicine to recreate the foundation of the Immortal Path and the Cauldron. But acquiring such medicine was far more difficult than that. They had come to the imperial capital with the intention of forcing Chen Fengyan to step down from the stage. But now, before they could even see the other party's face, they had suffered such a blow to the head. How could they endure this? This transaction was really a huge loss. Let's go. The green-robed old man crawled up and immediately turned to run. The other Life Core warriors also followed after him. They were now seriously injured, and their battle strength might be barely enough to cast a cauldron. How could they be a match for a Life Core warrior? If they didn't leave now, wouldn't they be waiting to be captured by Chen Fengyan in one fell swoop? Who would have thought that the 13 Life Core stage experts, who had come aggressively, would actually run away with their tails between their legs so quickly? Long live the Sage Emperor! The citizens of the imperial capital began to shout. In fact, this had nothing to do with Chen Fengyan at all. With his miraculous methods, everyone naturally attributed the blood rain to Chen Fengyan. Ling Han looked at the third prince and the others, only to see that their expressions were also dispirited, as if they had been seriously injured. He smiled. Who asked you to come and see me make a fool of myself? Now you're out of luck. Serves you right. The 13 Life Core warriors had invaded the imperial capital, but no one had expected the outcome to be resolved. It was full of strangeness and drama. This was their own doing. The Life Core warriors had wanted to show off their might, but in the end, they had dug their own graves. Precisely because they had not expected it, the outside powers also believed that Chen Fengyan had secretly acted and tricked the 13 Life Core warriors. This also proved that Chen Fengyan should be at the Life Core realm. Hence, he did not dare to face so many Life Core warriors head-on, and could only use special methods. The tragedy was right in front of them. For a moment, no power dared to have any ideas about the imperial capital, but many young martial artists ran over. Some experts said that the imperial capital's location was too wonderful. It was a place where dragons soared, and one could obtain great luck here. Why did those Life Core warriors insist on occupying the imperial capital? It was because they fancied the luck of the imperial capital. Tian Qi took half a month to recover, but he was only stained with a few drops of the blood rain. Moreover, during the battle, Huer tried his best to avoid hitting him, but even so, he still suffered a great loss. It could be seen how poisonous the blood rain was. What was this? Cursed vengeful spirit? Ling Han had never encountered such things in the Yuan world. As long as one's soul was destroyed, one would die. There was no such thing as a ghost. However, he had seen it with his own eyes, so it could only be explained as a ghost. Well, this was not the Yuan world after all, so it was normal for things to be different. Ling Han thought of the broken stone tablet. Monkey King said that it was a part of the tombstone, and it was surrounded by Yin Qi, which was very inauspicious. After he patted it, everything went wrong for Hong Tianbu. The power of vengeful spirit was so great. He had to be careful not to fall into the same trap. After all, in the battle 2,000 years ago, too many people had died, and there were many ghosts who were unwilling to die. After the blood rain, the royal family invited many monks to chant sutras in the imperial capital to perform expiation. It was not until more than 10 days later that illusory figures could be seen rising from every corner, flying into the air before gradually disappearing. These figures were all wearing simple clothes, and they were very similar to the vengeful spirits from before. However, there was no soaring resentment now, only peace. Ling Han was surprised that vengeful spirits could actually be purified. He suddenly became very interested in these monks, and immediately tried to understand them. He didn't expect the Calabash brothers to know everything, and they immediately started talking at once. They are called the Buddhist race. Eldest baby said, a long time ago, the Buddhist race had an ancestor king who was invincible for an era. He established the foundation of the Buddhist race, and it has been evergreen for thousands of years. Even now, it has a great influence. Those Baldis cultivate to purify evil, and by purifying a person, they can obtain merit, third baby said, his small face full of disdain. Merit, Ling Han said. Merit is about the same as the power of fire and smoke. Dad, your cultivation level is too low now. It's too tiring to tell you this, and you don't understand. Second baby waved his hand. Alright, he was looked down upon for his low cultivation level. After the resentment was resolved, the imperial capital once again returned to peace, but this kind of peace definitely wouldn't last long. A great era of change was rolling in, and peace was really a luxury. As expected, not long after, the imperial capital was shaken again. A group of young people entered the imperial capital. Although none of them had stepped into the celestial path, their origins were shocking. Because their elders were still in the cage. Even life core tier elites had escaped, and were still in the cage now. What did that mean? Their elders were great elites of the true self tier, or even the spirit transformation tier. The spiritual infant tier was changed to the true self tier. I've written it too muddled, and forgot that there was already a spiritual infant tier in the past. Chapter 35-21. Soon, more news came. This group of young people was led by two people. One of them was called Jin Yulu, a woman as beautiful as a fairy. Her martial arts talent was also extremely shocking. She was said to be able to sweep away her peers at the same level. She was at the peak of the immortal path with the cultivation of the mystery realm. The other was called Lu Haiyuan. He was also a genius in martial art, but his cultivation was slightly weaker. He was at the enlightening realm. Both of them were disciples of a perfected Lord spiritualization. They were the representatives of this super expert, but they didn't say what they were going to do. Apart from these two, the other young people were also extraordinary, but they didn't have as great a background as these two. So even if there was a mystic-seeking realm, they were still the leaders. These people entered the capital in a very high-profile manner. In an instant it was as crowded as a marketplace. Perfected Lord spiritualization was so high up. Chen Fengyan was also only at the life core realm. He was nothing in front of a spirit transformation realm. Clearly, perfected Lord spiritualization would definitely rule the capital in the future. If they could get close to him now, it would definitely be beneficial in the future. Of course, no one dared to be too obvious. After all, Chen Fengyan was the emperor now. Perfected Lord spiritualization hadn't been born yet. Before they could get close to him, Chen Fengyan would sentence them to death for treason. Ling Han had Xianyuan Dinghua investigate. Among them, Senior Tutor Hong was the most active. He would go there almost every other day. Ling Han, I've decided to pursue Jin Yulu, Xianyuan Dinghua said, his face determined. Ling Han sighed, and said, I remember that you said it resolutely and decisively, that you wanted to pursue the demon princess. You still say that? Xianyuan Dinghua's face was full of hidden bitterness. You're already together with her. How can I tear my brother's corner? Ling Han was surprised. You think too highly of yourself. What makes you think that without me, the demon princess would fall in love? Xianyuan, I'm impressed by how thick your skin is. He patted Xianyuan Dinghua's shoulder. He. Xianyuan Dinghua didn't blush in the slightest. He was indeed thick-skinned. A few days later, Jin Yulu announced that she would hold a martial art festival and invite the younger generation to attend. Those who performed outstandingly would be introduced to her and Lu Haiyuan by their master and become the direct disciples of perfected spirit transformation. When this news spread out, the entire imperial capital was not in an uproar, but went crazy. How high was the spirit transformation realm? If he could become the disciple of such a powerful person, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the future? So what if he was an expert of the immortal path? He still had to be respectful. Now, everyone was proud to get an invitation from Jin Yulu, and the topic of the meeting was about the martial art grand festival. Ling Han didn't care at all. Why perfected Lord Spirit Transformation was his nephew, and the sect master Almighty was his sworn brother. Why would he care about being accepted as a disciple by perfected Lord Spirit Transformation? Wasn't this lowering his own status? He didn't care, but Xianyuan Dinghua and the others cried out for injustice on Ling Han's behalf. Xianyuan Dinghua and Huer had all received an invitation, but he, one of the two prides of the imperial capital and the head of the external affairs house, didn't receive one. Wasn't this obvious? Not only him, but even Princess Baishao didn't receive an invitation. The two heads of the external affairs house were both ignored. Clearly, Jin Yulu had done this on purpose. What was she trying to convey? She didn't want people that Chen Fengyan valued. Although she didn't do it openly, the meaning was already very clear. A day later, Princess Baishao quietly returned. In order to break through to the immortal path, she had previously left the imperial capital to avoid being disturbed, so she didn't stay in the external affairs house. Ling Han looked at her and said with a smile, "You've broken through." Princess Baishao snorted and suddenly reached out. "Pa," she grabbed Ling Han's neck. "That's right. Your absolute fairness is now ineffective against me. You can no longer threaten me. Are you trying to murder your husband?" Ling Han said with difficulty. His neck was being gripped very hard. "You still dare to speak nonsense?" Princess Baijiao's eyes became fierce. Ling Han just smiled. If he didn't feel that Princess Baishao didn't have any killing intent, he would definitely have picked up the broken stone tablet and hit her. Humph. Princess Baishao retracted her hand. "You really don't change." Ling Han rubbed his neck. "I say, my dear Baishao, you really used a lot of strength. You almost succeeded in murdering me." Princess Baishao was speechless. Why couldn't this guy change his bad habit of being talkative? She sighed and decisively didn't waste her breath in this area. She said, "Did anything big happen these few days?" "Hee, nothing. You just missed a dozen life core realm cultivators who joined forces to sweep through our external affairs house. In the end, the sky rained blood and scared them all away. Also, perfected Lord Spirit Transformation's disciple entered the imperial capital. In 2 days, there will be a martial art grand festival. Outstanding talents will be selected and recommended to that Spirit Transformation realm cultivator as a personal disciple." Ling Han said very casually, as if these two things were insignificant. Princess Baishao was surprised. She didn't expect that the time of her seclusion would be so coincidental. She actually missed such a big thing. Others received an invitation, but we didn't. She murmured. This is deliberately making fun of His Majesty. Ling Han thought for a moment and said, "If we still don't receive an invitation, we can only go without an invitation." Princess Baishao was puzzled and said, "Aren't you going to be a joke?" "What joke?" Ling Han said with a smile, "We are the External Affairs House. Those people are under our control. Did they get our permission to enter the imperial capital? They entered the imperial capital without permission and even held a banquet. Do they think we don't exist? That's fine too." Princess Baishao thought for a moment. Indeed, Wasn't the External Affairs House in charge of those people who were released from the imprisoned pets? If you don't send an invitation and want to use this opportunity to make fun of the External Affairs House and Chen Fengyan, we will make it so that you can't even hold a banquet. Let's see who will be humiliated. You really are a scammer, she said. What nonsense are you talking about? Ling Han said with a smile. After getting along for so long, he realized that Princess Bai Xiao was still worth making friends with. Another day passed. Jin Yulu still didn't send an invitation to Ling Han or Princess Bai Xiao. Her intention to deliberately hang them out was already obvious. Many people were watching. Could it be that Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao were going to swallow this insult? The two of them were personally appointed by Chen Fengyan. If they swallowed this insult, it would naturally mean that Chen Fengyan had lost this battle. However, the problem was, who dared to touch the disciple of perfected Lord Spirit Transformation? It seemed that Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao had to swallow this humiliation. One day later, it was the day that Jin Yulu would hold the martial art festival. The time was set for noon. Early in the morning, someone arrived at the place in advance. It seemed that he wanted to show his face and win the favor of others. As noon approached, more and more people arrived. Among them, there was no lack of distinguished guests at the prince level. Young Master Hong of Hong Tianbu has arrived. There was a person at the door. It was a loud and extremely loud voice. Swoosh. Jin Yulu immediately stood up and went to the door. Chapter 35-22. Everyone was shocked when they saw the situation. Previously, even when the eldest prince and the seventh prince arrived, she didn't come out to welcome them. She only asked Lu Haiyuan to receive them and put on a great show. Now that Hong Tianbu was here, she actually went to welcome him personally. Hong Tianbu's reputation was so great. The eldest prince and the others had gloomy expressions and felt that they had suffered 10,000 points of damage. However, Jin Yulu's backer was a spirit transformation true monarch. How would they dare to act out? If they knew that their fathers were also true monarchs, they wouldn't be able to hold back and fight. This was the Chen clan's territory, how dare they not give face? It was just that Chen Fengyan was overly low profile and had never revealed his cultivation, causing his sons to be fearful. Was this considered a professional scam? Ling Han could understand that Chen Fengyan had to keep a low profile. Otherwise, if the Azure Dragon Empire knew of his existence, they would definitely send out experts to eliminate him. To cut the weeds, one had to remove the roots. A moment later, Jin Yulu and Hong Tianbu walked over together. The man was handsome, and the woman was absolutely beautiful. They were a perfect match. From Jin Yulu's attitude, it was obvious how much she valued Hong Tianbu. The two of them seemed to be old friends who had known each other for many years. As they walked, they were still whispering to each other. Occasionally, Jin Yulu could be seen giggling and was extremely beautiful, causing many men to stare at her. This woman's beauty wasn't inferior to the demon race's princess, and she had already captured the hearts of many men. It is about time. Let's start the banquet. Jin Yulu sat back on the host seat while Hong Tianbu was arranged to sit at the furthest front seat. It was obvious that she valued him highly. The eldest prince and the others were indignant. What right did a mere subject have to ride on their heads? They didn't dare to complain to Jin Yulu, but Hong Tianbu was a subject of the Chen clan, and they didn't have anything to fear. Hong Tianbu, why didn't you greet this king and the others? The third prince was the first to flip out. He was very unhappy recently as Ling Han didn't give him any face. Now that Hong Tianbu was riding on his head, he couldn't tolerate it anymore. Hong Tianbu let out a faint smile. So it is your highness. Forgive this Hong for not seeing you. Such a lame excuse. The seventh prince also couldn't tolerate it, and he said indifferently, Hong Tianbu, do you think your wings have hardened, and you can look down on everyone? Your Highness, why do you say that? Hong Tianbu smiled. How am I arrogant? Hong Tianbu, do you really think that no one can deal with you? The seventh prince fiercely slapped his chair and stood up. Enough! Jin Yulu shouted. She swept her gaze across the crowd and said, Brother Hong is a genius. Even my master has heard of it. He already intends to accept Brother Hong as his direct disciple. She paused for a moment, giving everyone time to digest this heavy news. Then, she said, my master is a true monarch spirit transformation. Even in the universe, he is a peak existence, let alone in this primitive land. What, you want to bully and humiliate my master's disciple? She looked at the princes with an awe-inspiring gaze, exuding an aura of superiority. So what if you are princes? You are nothing in her eyes. All the princes felt aggrieved. They were princes, but now they were being pointed at their noses and scolded. They were just short of being showered with dog blood. But Jin Yulu was different. She was the disciple of true monarch spirit transformation. Now was not the same as a year ago. Everyone still thought that the opening aperture realm was the peak of martial art. Who didn't know how high the spirit transformation realm was? Who dared to become enemies with true monarch spirit transformation's disciple? Weren't they afraid that her master would come out and crush them with one finger? Thus, all the princes could only swallow this resentment. They didn't dare to shed all pretense of cordiality. Hong Tianbu revealed a smile. These idiots wanted to compete with him? His vision had long been set even further. He didn't even care about the other disciples and descendants of true monarch spirit transformation in the cage. His target was the successors of those large sects in the universe. They were the strongest of the younger generation who had the qualifications to be called true sons and saintesses. He wanted to suppress these geniuses and become the strongest of this era. When Jin Yulu's voice fell, many people immediately came forward to toast and curry favor with Hong Tianbu. This young man was destined to rise. If he was accepted as a disciple by true monarch spirit transformation, achieving life core or even true self in the future would be a piece of cake. In comparison, the prince's side was cold and cheerless. The world was cold. Chen Fengyan hadn't died yet, but there were already many people who couldn't wait to latch onto a new thigh. The young elites who had come with Jin Yulu sneered. They were the vanguard, here to attack the Chen clan's prestige. Why did they dare? Firstly, they had a powerful background. Secondly, they hadn't violated Chen Fengyan's request. They weren't experts of the immortal path, and they hadn't committed murder or arson. Had they broken the law? Reporting. A servant suddenly ran over, panting and panicking. Why are you so flustered? Lu Haiyuan asked unhappily. Ling Han is here, the servant stammered. Ling Han. Lu Haiyuan couldn't help but smile coldly. He had intentionally not sent an invitation to Ling Han in order to make things difficult for him. If he didn't come, it would be equivalent to being a coward. If he did come, what could he do? It would only be more humiliating. A clamor came from the distance. Lu Haiyuan frowned. He saw two people walking side by side, followed by more than 10 people. They all looked like they wanted to stop them but didn't dare. Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao. Lu Haiyuan waved his hand. You may leave. The servants felt as if they had been pardoned. They no longer followed Ling Han, turning to leave. Ling Han, this is private territory. You can't enter unless you're invited, Lu Haiyuan said to Ling Han. But since you've come here shamelessly, then find a place to sit. In any case, I don't mind giving you some food to eat. This was insulting. Ling Han looked at Lu Haiyuan. This brat did look somewhat decent, but he was too stupid. He said, Idiot, do you know that all lands under the heavens belong to the emperor? You people sneaked into the imperial capital. Why didn't you report to the Ministry of External Affairs? Did you think you could get lucky and that I wouldn't investigate? Oh, you could do it like this? Everyone was surprised. They hadn't expected Ling Han to cut in from this angle. Indeed, no matter how powerful Jin Yulu, Lu Haiyuan, and the others were, they had come out of the cage and were under the jurisdiction of the Foreign Affairs Palace. It was just that everyone had been frightened by the true Lord Spirit transformation. Who would have thought of going against them? This way, Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao weren't trespassing. They had reason and evidence. They could even seal this place and chase Jin Yulu and the others out of the imperial capital. The situation was instantly reversed. Lu Haiyuan stared blankly for a moment, then laughed loudly. I've long since heard that you have a sharp tongue. You really do live up to your reputation. However, let alone a mere engravement realm martial artist like you, even if Chen Fengyan came, he would have to be polite to us. Kneel. He suddenly raised his voice. Chapter 35-24. A beautiful romance. What was there to fight? Ling Han seemed to be casually waving his war hammer, but every move was able to restrain Lu Haiyuan. There was not a trace of anger, and it was extremely easy. Everyone was speechless. Lu Haiyuan was the disciple of a spirit transformation expert, and he was also an enlightening realm cultivator. But now, he was being played around by an engravement realm cultivator. Who could believe it? Stop! Jin Yulu shouted. If they continued fighting, Lu Haiyuan would definitely lose, and his loss would not only be a personal loss, but also a loss of face for a spirit transformation expert. Therefore, she had to step forward and stop the fight. Lu Haiyuan retreated, but how could Ling Han let him off so easily? He chased after him. Ling Han, don't be so overbearing. Hong Tianbu humphed coldly, and struck out with a palm strike. Hong, a powerful force surged over, forcing Ling Han to have no choice but to stop. He was still unable to defeat a secret-seeking expert, and Hong Tianbu was a 2 or even 3-star genius. His battle strength was far stronger than an ordinary secret-seeking expert. Hong Tianbu, you dare to obstruct the External Affairs Division? Are you openly committing treason? Ling Han coldly said. He had lost all patience with Hong Tianbu. Hong Tianbu sneered, what right do you have to be one of the 2 prides of the imperial capital? From now on, there will only be me, Hong Tianbu. Jin Yulu also spoke at the right time and said, then let's fight. Whoever wins will be the only prodigy. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. What a joke. A secret-seeking expert wants to challenge me to a showdown. Your cultivation progress is slow, who can you blame? Hong Tianbu sneered and walked towards Ling Han. Ling Han immediately activated absolute fairness, but a ferocious aura rippled out from Hong Tianbu's body, shattering the control of absolute fairness and rendering it ineffective. Hong Tianbu proudly smiled. He had already completely merged with the primordial fierce beast's eye, which was at least a true monarch. How could it be affected by a formation below the immortal path? Ling Han, have you given up all hope? Hong Tianbu sneered. Hong Tian step. With a delicate shout, Princess Bai Xiao stepped forward and stood in front of Ling Han. So it's Princess Bai Xiao. Hong Tianbu revealed a smile. He used to admire this demon clan princess, but with the appearance of Jin Yulu, his thoughts changed. This monster princess was not worthy of him. At most, she would be his plaything. Naturally, he didn't need to spend much effort on toys. This is a battle between me and Ling Han to become the #1 prodigy of the imperial capital. It's not appropriate for the princess to interfere, Hong Tianbu said indifferently. He didn't care about Princess Bai Xiao at all. After merging with the primordial beast's eye, he was already a 3-star genius. Which secret realm expert could be his opponent? Princess Baishao scoffed and said, Hong Tianbu, you publicly betrayed your country and still want to fight for the title of Heaven's Pride. What a joke. Hong Tianbu's expression darkened. He didn't want to offend the Chen clan at the moment. After all, Chen Fengyan was at the Life Dan realm, or even stronger. He was an old monster at the True Self realm. Most importantly, his future master had yet to come out of the cage. What if Chen Fengyan was really angered and killed him? Princess Baishao, do you really want to stop me from fighting with Ling Han? Hong Tianbu said indifferently. He avoided the topic of betrayal. There was nothing to argue about. The more they argued, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Then I can only offend you. He reached out to grab Princess Baishao. Princess Baishao merely flicked her finger lightly. Peng, Hong Tianbu was blasted flying, and then he crashed heavily onto the ground with an extremely loud sound. What? Everyone's mouths were wide open. They couldn't believe their eyes at all. How was this possible? Hong Tianbu was actually sent flying with a flick of someone's finger. Hong Tianbu struggled to get up. There was a bloody hole on his right shoulder, and fresh blood was flowing out. His face was also filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Princess Baijiao's strength had reached such a height. Clap, clap, clap. Crisp applause sounded. Jin Yulu stood up. I didn't think that the demon race's princess would be the first person of the younger generation to step onto the celestial path. Congratulations, congratulations. What? Princess Baishao had stepped onto the celestial path? Everyone was shocked. Although there were now not only Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, but even Cauldron Forging Realm and Core Formation Realm cultivators had appeared, they had all come out of the cage. Only the Demon Emperor and Chen Fengyan had broken through under the current circumstances. In reality, Chen Fengyan was also an ancient person. Only the Demon Emperor had truly broken through under the current circumstances. Now, with the addition of the demon race's princess, it could indeed prove that the demon race's level of life below the celestial path was higher than that of the human race. Hong Tianbu was also stunned. So Princess Baishao had actually leaped over the celestial door and became a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. No wonder she could send him flying with a flick of her finger. This was the difference between celestial and mortal. No matter how monstrous he was, it was useless. Even if he had merged with the eyes of 10 primordial vicious beasts, it was still not enough. Losing to Princess Baishao was not an injustice, and there was no need for him to feel humiliated. Hong Tianbu, do you admit defeat? Princess Baishao stood with her hands behind her back, ignoring Jin Yulu's words. This was a kind of attitude. So what if you are a disciple of the Spirit Transformation Realm? I don't care about you. Jin Yulu snorted. Princess Baishao, although the Foundation Establishment Realm is the first step on the celestial path, it is still far from being a strong cultivator. It is more than enough to suppress you. This time, Princess Baishao did not pretend that she did not hear it. Is that so? Jin Yulu raised her hand and threw out a small doll. Xiao, the doll quickly enlarged, becoming as tall as 2 people. It was extremely lifelike, but this was not the important point. The important point was that this doll held a long blade in its hand, and it emitted an extremely fierce aura, as if it could even pierce a hole in the sky. War Colossus Ling Han had one in his hands, so he could immediately determine that this was a War Colossus. Because of the craftsmanship of the War Colossus, there were definitely strong and weak ones. This one might not be able to sweep through the Foundation Establishment Realm, but Princess Baishao had just broken through, so how strong could she be in the Foundation Establishment Realm? Sure enough, Jin Yulu had aggressively brought people into the capital. She did not just rely on the reputation of a Spirit Transformation Realm expert, but she did indeed have a great killing weapon in her hands. Princess Bai Xiao smiled faintly. Her Majesty has the breadth of mind to accommodate the world. Since you admire the prosperity of the capital, I will allow you to temporarily stay, but if you violate the laws of the empire, you will be dealt with according to the laws of the empire, and then expelled from the capital. Sir Palace Master, what do you think? She looked at Ling Han. Everyone was envious. They had long heard that Ling Han had an unusual relationship with the demon race princess, and looking at the scene in front of them, it was undoubtedly true. Princess Bai Xiao was not only an absolute beauty, she was also the first person in the younger generation to step onto the celestial path. Who would not be envious to be able to have such a beauty? This lucky bastard. Chapter 35-25. Ling Han smiled faintly, and his eyes swept over Jin Yulu and the others. He did not even spare Hong Tianbu a glance, and calmly said, "You all better behave yourselves. If you do anything illegal, the External Affairs Department will definitely not be polite. Let's go." He waved his hand. Princess Bai Xiao immediately followed and the two left. The atmosphere at the scene was very oppressive. After a while, some people immediately said that they had something to do and needed to go back to deal with it, while others said that they were not feeling well and needed to be treated immediately. Soon, there were only less than a third of the people left in this place. Jin Yulu's beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Her hands were tightly gripping the armrests of the chair, and her entire body was shrouded in coldness. At this point, even if the martial art festival continued, could it still be called a festival? It was a complete joke. All of this was because of Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao. In this confrontation, it could be said that Ling Han and the others had a slight advantage. Although she had managed to hold on in the end, and had not lost everything, it still could not be denied that their momentum had been suppressed. Otherwise, most of the people would not have run away. Everyone was wondering if the External Affairs Department was so domineering because of Chen Fengyan's attitude. After all, perfected spirit transformation had not appeared yet. If Chen Fengyan really wanted to settle the score, who could stop him? Hong Tianbu's expression was also not good. He had long established a relationship with perfected spirit transformation in the cage. This time, the martial art festival was to create momentum for him, but in the end, it was completely destroyed by Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao. This detestable guy. However, Princess Bai Xiao was actually the first to charge into the immortal path. This shocked him. Even though the environment had changed greatly, it was still very difficult to charge into the immortal path. Even in the previous civilization, only 1 out of 100 people charged into the immortal path. Even if they succeeded, at least half of them would not be able to withstand the heaven and earth interrogation Tao heart, and their souls would be annihilated. Therefore, it was really too difficult to become an expert of the immortal path. He had to leap over the immortal gate as soon as possible. Otherwise, no matter how monstrous he would still be like an ant in front of Princess Bai Xiao. This was the difference between an immortal and a mortal. Lord Manor Lord, are you satisfied with Bai Xiao's performance? Once they were out of the door, Princess Bai Xiao immediately smiled at Ling Han to ask for praise, 100 points. I'm not afraid that you'll become arrogant even if I give you 10 more points, Ling Han said with a smile. Then when will you teach me the demon monkey fist? Princess Bai Xiao moved closer to him. Ling Han gave an "ah," his face full of confusion. What's the demon monkey fist? This guy is too shameless. He actually pretended not to know anything. Princess Bai Xiao was speechless. Even if Ling Han came up with some other excuse, she could still coax and pester him. However, Ling Han was so shameless that she didn't know what to say. Recently, she had already lost all sense of propriety, but compared to Ling Han, she paled in comparison. Ling Han smiled faintly. You still haven't seen that big black dog. If you did, you would start to doubt your own life. How could there be such a shameless existence? Back at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ling Han and Princess Bai Xiao cultivated quietly. They had gained many benefits recently and didn't lack cultivation resources for the time being. Moreover, the news of Jin Yulu's setback had spread. The originally interrupted tide of surrender immediately resumed. Every day, there would be 2 or 3 factions submitting letters of surrender, requiring the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to send people to discuss the matter of accepting them. Right now, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was definitely the most profitable department in Xianbei country. Even the princes were envious. However, Chen Fengyan was always in seclusion and no one could see him. What could they do? Jin Yulu's group immediately became low-key. No one knew if they were really frightened or if they were secretly planning something. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Heaven and earth underwent great changes every day. A few days ago, a strange vine suddenly appeared. Not only in the city, but even the dangerous mountains and rivers couldn't stop its growth. It seemed like it existed in every corner of the world. This is the star-creeping vine. Someone looked through ancient records and recognized this vine. There was only one star-creeping vine on a celestial body. Therefore, although everyone seemed to see many vines, in fact, they were all branches growing from the mother vine. The real mother vine grew from the core of the celestial body. Previously, the environment wasn't right and it lacked the conditions for the mother vine to grow. Now that the world had recovered, the mother vine was thriving again. The star-creeping vine had a special characteristic, which was that it could transmit messages. Every leaf of the vine could record sounds and even images. Communication was also very simple. Using a special frequency, it could achieve the transmission of sound and words. In ancient times and other celestial bodies in the universe, there was no need for communication tools like phones. One star-creeping vine was enough. The appearance of the star-creeping vine meant that the recovery of heavenly starfish was nearing completion. For a moment, the entire celestial body seemed to be connected as one. No matter how far away you were, the transmission of information would happen in an instant. There was no longer a delay of 2 or 3 days like in the past. And the appearance of the star-creeping vine had unexpectedly brought the marine race to the world. Every celestial body had a sea, and since heavenly starfish had the word sea in its name, the sea area was even more astonishing. It occupied nearly 2/3 of the celestial body's area. Moreover, the sea area was 3-dimensional and could accommodate even more creatures. The world had changed and the demon race had appeared in the sea. There were also underwater humans. After the fall of the previous civilization, their ancestors had moved to the bottom of the sea and were still pure humans. Because the sea area was huge and the population was even greater, there was naturally no lack of geniuses and experts. There were also countless treasures. However, after the marine race left the sea area, their combat power would be greatly reduced. They would need to step into the path of immortality to eliminate this weakness. Even with the vastness of the sea and the abundance of resources, there were only 4 experts on the path of immortality. Therefore, the marine race had never invaded the land and lived in harmony. With the appearance of the star-creeping vine, the marine race was exposed. The humans of Xianbei also cried out in surprise. It turned out that their understanding of this world was only the tip of the iceberg. However, since there was a connection, some young marine race geniuses made bold claims. They wanted the imperial capital to meet the so-called proud pair, to let the people of the land know that the marine race was the true ruler of this world. Unfortunately, Ling Han felt very innocent. But if there were really any marine race geniuses, he didn't mind killing them with a punch. Just like that, 7 or 8 days later, there was a shocking news. A sacred mountain had appeared in the sea, suspected to be the legendary Misty Peak. The news immediately shocked the entire heavenly starfish. With the star-creeping vine, any news could be transmitted in real time without any delay. In other words, everyone was now standing on the same starting line. Ling Han turned on his optical computer and searched for information about the Misty Peak. Chapter 35-26. What was the first step on the path to immortality? Leaping through the Dragon Gate, building the foundation. Leaping through the Dragon Gate was a metamorphosis of life, and the immortal foundation was the foundation of the path to immortality, the beginning of everything. Therefore, the immortal foundation was extremely important. The immortal foundation could be built by oneself, but it could also be built with treasures as the core to build the immortal foundation. Generally speaking, with treasures as the core, the immortal foundation would be stronger than ordinary immortal foundations, and it would have other powers as well. Everyone knew that building a house required a strong foundation. The stronger the foundation, the higher the chances of building a skyscraper. It was the same for martial artists. The immortal foundation determined one's future. Just because the foundation was stable did not mean one could reach the spirit transformation realm or even the minor realization realm. However, without a stable immortal foundation, even casting a cauldron was wishful thinking. Misty Peak was a divine mountain. Usually, it was illusory, and no one knew where it was. Every once in a while, it would appear. On the mountain, there were divine stones that could be used as the foundation of the immortal path. It was said that those who could reach the spirit transformation realm and above all used divine stones as the core. Only a very small number of powerhouses could reach a very high realm without relying on divine stones, but such people were pitifully few. Moreover, divine stones were the foundation of the immortal path, and they could give the foundation corresponding special abilities. For example, the profound stone could increase a martial artist's ability to sense the Tao of heaven and earth, speeding up cultivation. The fire dragon stone could make the foundation of the immortal path spew out terrifying flames, increasing one's combat ability. The magic illusion stone could create an imaginary world and trap the enemy inside. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, if one could use a divine stone as the core to build the immortal path, the benefits would be astonishing. Now that most people were blocked from the path to immortality, the sudden appearance of Misty Peak would cause a huge commotion. The entire world was boiling over. Whether it was the human race, the demon race, or the marine race, anyone with a bit of ambition was on their way. This opportunity had to be fought for. When Ling Han found out, his heart palpitated with eagerness. Though he was still some distance away from the Spring Immortal's Gate, it did not stop him from getting a few divine stones first. When he reached the gate, he could just take the divine stones out. He discussed with Princess Bai Xiao. Princess Bai Xiao would oversee the external affairs residence while Ling Han would head to Ethereal Peak to search for opportunities. By the way, how did you build your Immortal Tao Foundation stone? Asked Ling Han. This was a bit private, but Ling Han was very curious. Previously, he didn't know that one could use divine stones to build an immortal foundation. He thought of the God stone he got from breaking the origin world. Could it be used to build a foundation? It shouldn't be possible, because he was still so weak at that time. If he could break it, wouldn't it be a tofu dregs project if he used it to build his foundation? He should have absorbed all the benefits of the God stone. My fiend race naturally has some backing, passing down some divine stones. I am using the heavenly connecting stone as the core. Princess Bai Xiao spoke with a hint of arrogance. Also from Ethereal Peak? Ling Han asked. Princess Bai Xiao shook her head. Ethereal Peak isn't the only place that has divine stones, but getting them from other places is like accidentally stumbling upon an immortal herb. Ethereal Peak, on the other hand, is like entering a herb garden. The chances of getting something will increase greatly. Ling Han nodded. No wonder Princess Baishao wasn't moved after hearing the news of Ethereal Peak's appearance. Her immortal Tao foundation wasn't weak at all. Then I'll leave all the matters in the residence to you. I'll set off tonight, he said. So urgent? Princess Baishao was a little surprised. I have to be. I don't know when Ethereal Peak will disappear again. Also, I didn't bring the War Colossus this time. I have to be careful of people intercepting me halfway. Ling Han smiled. Princess Baishao nodded. Ling Han left the War Colossus in the residence. After all, Ling Han was going out for personal matters this time. He shouldn't use the resources of the External Affairs Department. Moreover, the situation was changing. The External Affairs Department still needed a great weapon to hold the fort. Ling Han went back to pack up. When the 7 children learned that Ling Han was going out, they naturally fought to be the first to go. Ling Han thought about it. Instead of letting them cause trouble in the residence, it was better to bring them along. As for the fat pig, it didn't want to go, but Ling Han forcefully dragged it away. This fat pig could be used as a good shield. After putting the children and fat pig into the spirit-nourishing gourd, Ling Han traveled under the cover of the night. He quietly left the External Affairs Department and the city. With his strength, it was naturally easy for him to not be discovered by the guards. Princess Baishao would only announce the news of his departure at noon the next day. This time, he obviously didn't use any means of transportation. He ran on his 2 legs, but when he used wind and cloud drift, his speed was faster than any means of transportation. He hadn't used foot-apart world. This step could cross hundreds of miles, but with his current cultivation, he couldn't use it more than a few times. It could only be used as an ultimate move to save his life. After walking for a few minutes, he leaped onto the top of the tree. The capital was already very far away, but he could still see the bright lights, which showed how prosperous the capital was. He didn't know how long it would take for him to return after leaving this time. Ling Han withdrew his gaze. He had been working hard to improve his cultivation. He believed that after crossing the Celestial Gate, his mental power would increase by a ton. At that time, he should be able to release the Empress and the others. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel excited and full of desire for strength. He used his movement technique and rushed forward quickly, but after a while, he suddenly felt an inexplicable discomfort as if he was being watched. He stopped and used his pupil technique to look around, but he didn't find anything. He was too paranoid. Ling Han frowned slightly. He was already so careful, and this decision was made very suddenly, but he was still being watched. He shook his head and continued to run. After completing the tempering of the 7 bones, his bones were incredibly sturdy and strong. Even if he used wind and cloud drift, he was completely fine after more than an hour, but his organs and skin that didn't have inscriptions couldn't take it. Those organs felt like they were about to explode, and his skin felt waves of pain as if it was about to be torn apart. The organs could be improved through inscriptions, but the skin didn't have the corresponding cultivation level to cultivate. Thus, even the strongest martial artist would be injured. However, the higher the cultivation level, the harder it was to be heavily injured and die. Then he could only cultivate the indestructible Heaven Scroll. Though it wasn't perfect, it could at least improve his defense. He stopped to rest, and when his body recovered, he continued on his way. This time, he didn't use wind and cloud drift. Anyways, his normal speed wasn't slow, so there was no need to strive for that speed that was twice the speed of sound. After running for a few hours, the sky gradually turned white, and a red sun suddenly jumped out, releasing millions of rays of morning light, filled with the vitality of life. Ling Han hurriedly stopped and began to cultivate. Right at this moment, he suddenly sensed a strand of absolute killing intent, and he suddenly leaped up. Bang! A small mushroom cloud had already appeared where he sat cross-legged just now, and boundless dust and sand swept into the air. End of this chapter. Chapter 35-28. After traveling along the water for half a day, Ling Han came out of the essence-nourishing gourd. He felt that it was a pity that he had missed today's cultivation. As for Hong Tianbu's pursuit, he did not take it to heart. The two of them were already like fire and water, this was all too normal. Cultivation, I'm improving too slowly. Ling Han murmured. Actually, his cultivation was not slow at all, it was just that it could not be compared to some super lucky people. But I'm winning by taking one step at a time, laying down an incomparably solid foundation. Ling Han made an objective evaluation. He continued on his way. Since Ethereal Peak was overseas, they definitely had to cross the sea. Therefore, the first step was to get to the seaside and find a boat to cross. The current overseas was said to be incomparably dangerous. Not only could the sea race not be ignored, but there were also inexplicable danger zones in the sea. After entering the sea, the originally calm sea would suddenly surge with huge waves, easily crushing the mystic realm cultivators there. There would be reefs floating on the surface of the water, mysterious singing would be heard at night, and those who went to investigate would never return. In short, there were many mysterious places in the sea, and they were not to be underestimated. To cross the sea, it was best to find an experienced ferry, otherwise, it was very likely that he would be buried at the bottom of the sea and become food for the fishes and prawns. Xianbei country was huge, and there were many cities near the sea, so there were many routes out to the sea. Originally, Ling Han would definitely choose the shortest route, but now that he was being chased by Hong Tianbu, he naturally had to reconsider. He quickly made his choice and headed for Four Sun City. This was a seaside city with a dock, but it was not considered big, and it was also not close to him. If he could still bump into Hong Tianbu, Ling Han could only consider himself unlucky. At most, he would just have to run again. He traveled at 4 times the speed of sound, and it took him less than 2 days to reach Four Sun City. He first found a place to rest, and when he recovered to his peak condition, Ling Han went to the dock to look for a boat to go out to sea. Unexpectedly, there was a sea of people here, and it was hard to find a ferry. Moreover, the ticket price was ridiculously high. If you didn't want to sit on it, there would be others who would beg you to get on the boat with a lot of money. Ling Han found a large ship. Since he was going out to sea, a large ship would definitely be safer and more comfortable. This ticket was actually bought through bidding, and it cost him a few thousand jade seeds. It was no different from robbery. Fortunately, what Ling Han lacked the least was jade seeds. Now that the network was completely paralyzed, and the imperial family's ruling power was not as strong as before, these remote cities no longer used Xianbei coins, but directly used jade seeds to trade. Ling Han had brought many spatial artifacts with him. Some were filled with jade seeds, while others were filled with food. He had everything he needed. Paying for the ticket was a piece of cake. The captain said that they would leave early the next morning. The night passed. After Ling Han finished his cultivation, he arrived at the pier and prepared to board the ship. However, just as he was about to board the ship, someone stopped him. "I'm really sorry, this ship has been booked by a lord. Here, the ticket is returned to you," a crew member said and threw out a bag. Ling Han frowned and said, "Since I bought the ticket, you have the obligation to bring me out to sea. If you suddenly go back on your word, how will you make up for my losses?" Being able to board Misty Peak at the first moment would definitely give him an advantage. It had already been 4 or 5 days since the news had spread. Ling Han did not want to waste another 2 or 3 days. I can't do anything about that. This is my family's boss's decision. It's useless even if you tell me. The crew member shrugged, looking as if it had nothing to do with him, so don't bother me. He was extremely proactive when collecting money, but now he was trying to delay it in every possible way. Ling Han snorted and said, "Today, you must give me an explanation." "What explanation do you want?" There was a sneer and a group of people walked out of the cabin. The leader was a young man who looked to be in his 20s and had an arrogant expression. There were 7 people behind him, including a middle-aged man in his 30s and a white-haired old man in his 70s. However, even the white-haired old man had a majestic gait and an imposing aura. Clearly, this group was all martial artists. Ling Han activated his eye technique, and with a single glance, he was able to see through everyone's cultivation level. 2 secret-seeking realms and 5 enlightening realms. The young man's cultivation was the weakest, only inscriptions, which was the same as him. He should have come from a cage, right? Otherwise, how could an engravement realm young man lead a group of powerful subordinates? As long as he used absolute fairness to defeat those 2 secret-seeking realms, the rest would not be a problem. Ling Han pondered and then looked at the young man. "You're the one who ignored the rules and stole this ship." "Huh, I have a jade seed. So what if I love to throw money?" The young man laughed with exaggerated arrogance. Ling Han knew that this was because he had been suppressed in the cage for too long. Now that he had escaped and was suddenly placed in the world of flowers, he would definitely be overwhelmed. It was not strange for him to be unbelievably arrogant. However, he had picked the wrong target. Ling Han shook his head. "Then I'll have to ask you to disembark." "How dare you?" A middle-aged man immediately jumped out. "How dare you speak to my young master like that? You must be tired of living. Breaking his legs and pulling out his tongue is enough." "There's no need to kill," the young man said calmly. "Young master is kind." The others all praised, making the young man feel smug as if he was a benevolent ruler. Xiao, the middle-aged man, charged out and punched at Ling Han. He was at the enlightening state and had opened more than 20 acupoints. When he punched out, not only was the fist force surging, but the acupoints were also releasing power like hidden weapons. Although the power was not as powerful as the bombardment of fists and weapons, it was hard to guard against. However, Ling Han activated his eye technique, and could clearly see each and every one of his opponent's attacks. He moved forward and launched a strong attack. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few moves, the middle-aged man was knocked off the ship and fell into the sea with a splash. Huh! The young man and the others were all surprised. They did not expect Ling Han to be so strong. "Zhang Quan, Zhao Xian, the 4 of you come together," a white-haired man said. Immediately, the remaining 4 enlightening state cultivators walked out and surrounded Ling Han. Ling Han stood with his hands behind his back, not taking the 4 seriously at all. "Pretentious," the young man said unhappily. This should be his privilege, but it made him feel like his limelight was stolen. "Young man, you will pay for your arrogance." The 4 enlightening state cultivators attacked at the same time. They did not have the restraint of a master and worked together as a matter of course. Because in the cage, the enlightening state could not be called a master, and naturally could not develop the bearing of a master. Ling Han used his eye sorcery to see through the 4's attacks and then counterattacked. Chapter 35-29. Bang, 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 Ling Han was like a tiger in a flock of sheep. With just a few moves, he defeated the 4 enlightening realm cultivators like cutting vegetables. What? The 2 elders of the mystery-seeking realm were finally moved. Ling Han's battle prowess obviously hadn't crossed into the level of the mystery-seeking realm, but his battle prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary enlightenment realm warrior. It was simply unimaginable. This was definitely a martial art genius, who could crush the same level as easily as drinking water. In their view, Ling Han should also be in the enlightening realm, otherwise, they really could not imagine that someone could surpass a realm and still be invincible. "Young man, who is your master?" A white-headed old man asked Ling Han. He was afraid of Ling Han's background. To be able to cultivate such a genius, he must be a true self-old monster, or a spirit transformation perfected cultivator. Therefore, he had to be cautious. Ling Han smiled faintly. My master is great self-heavenly master, above the 9 heavens, in charge of the universe. What a great feeling. The 2 elders looked at each other. Naturally, it was impossible for them to have heard of this name. Boy, are you fooling us? The other elder shouted. He had a head full of black hair, but there were too many wrinkles. Ling Han clapped his hands, smart. Humph, playing tricks in front of us, you are seeking your own death. The white-headed old man was furious and rushed towards Ling Han, one hand reaching out and grabbing. After all, he had scruples, so this blow was to take down Ling Han, not to kill him. Ling Han immediately activated absolute fairness, and the aura of the white-headed old man suddenly plummeted. He was not a strong cultivator of the immortal path, nor did he merge with the eyes of an ancient fierce creature, nor was he the descendant of spirit transformation perfected cultivator, so he could be rewarded with some treasure to resist the suppression of absolute fairness. Ling Han rushed up, and with a punch, bang, the white-headed old man was knocked unconscious. Impossible! The other old man exclaimed in shock. Ling Han had clearly only displayed the battle prowess of the opening aperture tier, but why was it that his companion's performance was even worse than the others before him? He couldn't even block a single blow. Ling Han rushed towards the black-haired old man again, and blasted another punch. The black-haired old man was already prepared, but his realm was directly pulled down by absolute fairness. How could he be a match for Ling Han? Bang, he was also knocked unconscious with a punch. Ling Han clapped his hands, and looked towards the young man. How is it now? A look of fear appeared on the young man's face. He had relied on his followers, but now that even his followers had been defeated, he immediately felt panic in his heart. What do you want? He stuttered. My father is Zhang Ziyun, a true self-realm expert. Ling Han chuckled, and said, nothing much. I just wanted to give you a beating so that you will remember clearly that this is not a cage where you can do whatever you want. The young man retreated a few steps, and said, you have guts, you actually dare. Ling Han reached out and grabbed the young man, and started to beat him up. What do you mean dare? I am Hong Tianbu, the capital's #1 genius. Don't you know? Ling Han made Hong Tianbu hate him. What Hong Tianbu? Is he very powerful? The young man was confused, but his nose was punched, causing blood to flow from his nose, and he immediately screamed. But the other 7 people had heard of Hong Tianbu, and they were all shocked. No wonder this person was so strong, he was one of the capital's 2 geniuses, Hong Tianbu. After Ling Han beat up the young man, he drove the group of people off the ship. The captain and the others were all frightened by Ling Han's strength, and they all trembled. Ling Han said coldly, set sail according to the original plan, no problem, right? No, absolutely not. These people hurriedly shook their heads. Some people had arrived long ago, but were driven away, so these people naturally could not be found. Those who came late did not know of such an episode, and did not notice it at all. After boarding the ship, they entered their own rooms. At 11 o'clock, the ship set sail, and went out to sea. Seeing the ship go far away, the young man who was beaten up appeared again, and said hatefully, quickly contact third senior brother, tell him to kill Hong Tianbu when he meets him at Misty Peak. No. He hurriedly shook his head, don't kill him, leave him for me to kill personally. Yes, young master. A few followers hurriedly said. With the star-treading vine, communication was too convenient, and distance was not a problem at all. Achoo! On a ship, Hong Tianbu suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose. He really had bad luck recently, or else with his mystic-seeking realm cultivation, how could he sneeze? Obviously, his bad luck was not as simple as a sneeze. After the ship left the dock, it raised its sails, and immediately broke through the wind and waves, and began to speed up. Recently, it was full of people going to Misty Peak, and this ship had already made 3 trips back and forth, so it could be said that it was a walk in the park. Therefore, the captain patted his chest and guaranteed that this trip would only take less than a day, and it would be absolutely safe. After entering the deep sea, although there were wind and waves, the wind was not too strong, and the waves were not too big. The ship slightly shook, but it never stopped, causing some people to have symptoms of seasickness, and vomit non-stop. This had nothing to do with strength, some people were just seasickness. Ling Han did not have any reaction to this, and even if he was seasickness, he only needed to enter the spirit-nourishing gourd to avoid this feeling. However, a few hours later, a dark cloud came, blocking the sun, and suddenly, the world became dark. What's wrong? Everyone ran out of the cabin and came to the deck. There was still a long time before the sky turned dark, but suddenly it became so dark, it was unacceptable. Don't worry, don't worry. A crew member comforted, the clouds in the sky, the wind on the sea, the heart of a girl is always unpredictable, it's very normal. This guy was actually a bit poetic. Everyone laughed, since he said it was very normal, then there was no need to be nervous. Ling Han activated his ocular technique, but frowned, and said, "A fog appeared on the sea, is this also very normal?" "What fog?" Everyone followed his gaze, but they didn't see anything. The light was too dim. "Kid, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm warning you, don't say scary things. Be careful, or I'll beat you up." Everyone rebuked him, thinking that Ling Han was deliberately making up some lies to attract attention. But that crew member had seen Ling Han's power before, and couldn't help but be shocked, and quickly shouted, "Boss, there's a fog in front." Immediately, the captain steered the rudder, and urgently turned around. This was too urgent, everyone felt as if the ship was about to capsize, and quickly grabbed onto things around them, lest they were sent flying. Ling Han used Thousand Caddy Fall, and his body was firmly locked on the deck. He looked ahead, only to see that the fog was quickly rushing over. He shook his head. Not to mention the fact that the ship was still turning, even if it had adjusted its direction and sailed at full speed, it still could not outrun this fog. In the blink of an eye, endless fog rolled over. Chapter 35-30. Boom, along with the dense fog came a huge wave, crashing heavily on the hull of the ship. Many people were sent flying, and some even fell into the sea. It was as if there were dumplings in the sea. Fortunately, after the first wave, it stopped, and the hull of the ship swayed a few times before regaining stability. Everyone hurriedly threw down ropes to save the people, but the fog was too thick, and it was difficult to see their fingers in front of them. If they were hit far away by the wave, they would not be able to see the ship, let alone the ropes. Everyone shouted, using sound as a guide. Ling Han grabbed a rope, and directly leapt off the ship. After activating his eye technique, he had already seen a person. When he landed, he picked that person up, and flung him towards the deck. He did not stop, grabbing the rope with his hand and tapping on the hull of the ship with the tip of his foot. Soon, he found a second person, and did the same, throwing him onto the deck. 3, 4, 5 people. Some people were at a loss and were thrown onto the deck by him, while others were extremely defensive and actually attacked him when he tried to rescue them. Fortunately, the people who fell off the ship were too weak, so how could they hurt Ling Han? In less than a few minutes, Ling Han circled around the ship and rescued at least 20 people. If one counted, this number was more than half of the people who had fallen into the water. He returned to the deck, and immediately many people ran to him to thank him, but some people showed disdain, as if they thought that saving this kind of trash would lower their status. The strange thing was, looking outside the hull, the visibility was less than a foot, but the deck was unusually clear, as if the fog could not invade the ship. "It's over, it's over." A crew member sat down, his eyes lifeless, looking incomparably hopeless. Immediately, other crew members walked over and whispered to the other party, making him quiet down. "Hey, hey, hey, what are you talking about?" A passenger was unhappy. "What's over? Is there something strange about this fog?" "Nothing, nothing." A few crew members smiled, but their smiles were a little fake. "What's going on?" This made even more people nervous. One look and they could tell that something was wrong. Under the continuous questioning of the crowd, the captain was forced to come out and explain to the crowd. Previously, some ships encountered the fog and were trapped for a long time. Some crew members and passengers even mysteriously disappeared and have not been found until now. Disappeared mysteriously, haha. Could he have been eaten by a sea monster? Someone immediately laughed. All in all, everyone must be careful. "It's best to stay together and not split up," the captain said sternly. Seeing his serious expression, some of the people who wanted to retort did not say anything. Although martial artists were all very confident and did not believe in ghosts or gods, only believing in themselves, the fog this time was too strange, so they had no choice but to take it seriously. "Everyone, don't be too nervous. This fog will only last until the next morning. Although it will take up some of our time, it will definitely dissipate," the captain said. "So you're planning to stop the boat and wait here for half a day?" someone shouted. This won the approval of many people, and they all cheered. Under such strong pressure, the captain could only continue sailing. But they did not know whether the fog was shockingly large or not. After sailing for half an hour, there was still no sign of them leaving. Ling Han could clearly see that the ship had actually been circling in this area. It was not that the captain had done it on purpose, but because of the undercurrent, the ship had unknowingly changed its direction, causing them to keep circling. With Ling Han's current speed, he did not need to run at full speed. He could walk on the waves as if he was walking on flat ground, but he did not even know where Misty Peak was. Even if he ran in that direction, he might miss it because of a slight error. After all, for the vast sea, an island or a mountain was really too small. Therefore, if he hurried on his own, it might actually waste more time. Ling Han was willing to wait for half a day. There were many people who had the same idea as him. After all, as long as one entered the blood transformation realm, they would be able to walk on the waves at supersonic speed. Everyone gradually calmed down. Since they could not leave this godforsaken place for the time being, they might as well be patient. After all, it was only half a day. Shrouded in fog, even though it was not night yet, it was already dark. The captain got someone to light a torch. It was easy for people to develop negative emotions in a dark environment. Someone did not give up and threw a torch into the fog. But as soon as he threw it out, he could not see it anymore. Oh right, the captain seemed to have suddenly thought of something. At night, there will be mysterious singing. You must cover your ears. It is said that many people have gone missing after listening to singing. There were many rumors on the sea. For example, there was a huge whirlpool that swallowed a huge ship. There was also a black turtle that was bigger than a city that created huge waves with a flip and capsized the ship. There was also a mysterious singer that sang to confuse people. Everyone was shocked. Were they going to encounter such a strange thing? Who could sing on the sea? So, everyone cover your ears first. The captain looked at his watch. There are still about 2 hours before it gets dark. Let's hurry up and eat. After eating, everyone should be alert and we will get through this together. No one said a word. The atmosphere was distorted by the captain's words, causing everyone's hearts to be in their throats. Soon, everyone had their dinner in advance. Then, they waited for the night to fall. Although they could not see anything in the fog, they could only judge by the passage of time. When night fell, everyone became nervous. What would happen tonight? Time passed quietly. It was so quiet on the ship that they could hear the heartbeats of others. Martial artists were full of vigor and vitality. Their biological functions were terrifying. Their heartbeats were strong and powerful. Usually, they did not feel anything when they talked or did things. But it was so quiet now that their heartbeats could be heard clearly. Thump, thump, thump. Everyone's heartbeats rose and fell. Even though they had cotton in their ears, it did not work. It was as if their heartbeats had been magnified many times. Ah! Someone suddenly screamed. Who is it? Where is the murderer? Come out. Immediately, many people drew their weapons and roared out one by one. They were already in a state of panic. The scream directly ignited the tension on the scene. Well, someone said weakly. I was not attacked by anyone. I was just too nervous and was blown by a dark phoenix. That's why I couldn't help but scream. Fuck. Everyone was speechless. Aren't you a little too cowardly? The people who jumped out all put away their weapons, and their faces were a little embarrassed. Everyone sat down again. The ship was quiet again. Did you guys hear someone singing? After a while, someone suddenly said with a trembling voice. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.